Today is a very special day for us. Every year we have one day dedicated to the Global Task Force. The constituency of local and regional governments come together. All the organizations that are active internationally come together to think, strategize, and define the program ahead. This morning we had a petit comité meeting with the principals of all the networks. We never do it, and we have decided we will do it more often. We really enjoyed the conversation with each other, and also having the colleagues that were not able to join us. Mark was with us from C40 as well, but we have colleagues from C40 also in the room, and there are other networks that will be arriving throughout the day, Resilient Cities Network and Global Parliament of Mayors. Welcome everybody. So yes, what do local and regional governments want and can mean to the international agenda? That is the question that the Global Task Force poses itself. And Gino was reminding us that it is 10 years of work together, articulated in the Global Task Force, 10 years already. It went really fast. And then it feels as if it has been forever that we've been working together. We have made great achievements. I think the voice of local and regional government internationally is in a different place now than it was before. We have conquered the narrative with concepts like localization for very meaningful discussions that will lead to policy change, I am convinced. We have certainly changed the discussion around climate change and adaptation and resilience, and big quests have been made also in the terrain of biodiversity. There are still quests to be made. The place that we have at the global table is not the one that our political leadership both deserves and desires or aspires to have. So there is work there. The financial system is not designed for the kind of work and vision and needs that the local and regional governments of the future will necessitate to make the type of transformation that we need. And those are just a couple of the examples that will be defining our agenda. Of course, as local and regional governments, we always look at the future, and I know our political leadership, many of them are here, and I'm truly grateful to see many political representatives joining us today for this discussion. For local and regional representatives, failure is not an option, and hope and aspirations is really important, and that is the message that we are bringing to the Sustainable Development Goals Summit, but also to the Summit of the Future. So these concepts are concepts that we are going to be hearing a lot throughout the day. And to kick off the discussions, I'm going to start inviting my colleagues, Gino van Beging and Lucy Slacks, to make some initial remarks to kick off the discussions. Then we will go to a segment of priorities, and you will see all of our networks are aligned in the priorities, but we put more or less effort depending the shape and the nature of our own membership. And then we are going to also give the opportunity to the partners of the Global Task Force, many partners, UN agencies and others, that have come and that are joining us in our path. We are very excited also to have this afternoon high impact partnership discussion with very high level representation, and we will talk about that later. And also an interactive exercise where we will define what are the milestones for this year and who will be able to commit efforts and resources to meeting those milestones. So this is the day. It's easier said than done. We will have a lot of challenges in timing because there is a lot of people that we want to give the floor to. But let us take it as it goes. We will try to be as flexible as possible. And who would like to start? Do you want to start, Lucy? Sure. Please, go ahead. Lucy is the Secretary General of CLGF, the Commonwealth Local Government Forum. Lucy, you are also welcome to take the podium if you want. If you are happy? Here. Take mine.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thanks, Amelia, for that opening, reminding us that it's 10 years on since the Global Task Force first started. And I think the first thing that's really important that we do this morning is we just recognize how far we've come, because you know, when the Global Task Force started, local government organizations were working very separately. We were, you know, chasing around. We weren't coordinated. We all had different messaging. And I really think that we've come along in leaps and bounds in terms of being really much clearer with our messaging, being more targeted in terms of the work that we're trying to do, and also in making sure that because we have that economy of scale, because we have those numbers, we're able to cover off way more of the big international global policy debates than we ever have been able to do in the past. And of course, there are way more of those negotiations, perhaps, than there were in the past, where local government really sees an opportunity and sees a role in terms of the work that we're doing. So I think, you know, the first thing we need to do is really celebrate the fact that we're here, and celebrate the fact that we've achieved a decade of collaboration. And I think really changing as well the way many of our international partners look at local government and see local and regional governments as a much more coherent entity, speaking with a much more much more of a single voice. Obviously, we're never going to be saying exactly the same things as networks, as organizations. We have particular specialities, particular interests. But I think, you know, and big thanks to UCLG for all of the coordination in terms of making that possible, because without that, I really don't think that we would have been able to come as far as we have. But pat on the back, I think we also need to think forward. And we do know, and we've had a little bit of a chat today, this is a very busy year. There's lots of international meetings coming up across a very, very broad range of thematics, from climate change to food security to finance to localization, the Summit of the Future, the SDG Summit, all of which have a very strong relevance to our community and to our constituency. So I think today we need to think a little bit about how we can be smart in terms of how we make sure that we can feed in well to those things. And of course, as Amelia told us and reminded us, you know, the time frames get very, very short for these things. We have to be very fleet. We have to be able to move quickly. So we as organizations need to be mobilizing our politicians before we get to those deadlines. So we know what our members are saying. We have clarity in terms of the messages that we want to put forward. And then maybe just finally, because you know, I want my other colleagues to come in as well, I think we also need to think about the nature of the people that we're getting into the room with local and regional government to hear what local and regional government has to say. I think we all know that we've been very successful in accessing international organizations at the very highest level. We know that we're starting to convince a much broader cross-section of our local government community. But what we really also need to do is get into the room some of those decision makers from national government that maybe are not so aware of what we're doing, and how can we think today as a constituency about how we might be able to do that a little bit more successfully. There's lots of other things I could say, but I really just wanted to kick off with a couple, Amelia.
Thank you very much, Lucy, and I'm sure we are going to come back throughout the day about, you know, when you come of age as a movement, which I think we are doing, and the Pact for the Future that we have adopted in UCLG says literally that. When you come of age as a movement, you need to be bold, and you need to demand different types of articulation. And I think it is time for us to to explain to our partners in the international community that no, they will not always be speaking to mayors or to governors if there are not real agendas. They can talk to us, and when there is a real agenda, then yes, then the politicians will be there, just like they do with ministers, just like they do with heads of states. It's a change in the conversation that we need to bring about, because there is so much more in the movement that the very stretched political leadership, they need to have a true agenda to conquer, and then they are ready. Gino. Secretary General of ICLEI, sorry. I mean, it's just that everybody knows him, right?
I hope
don't
this
think you
works.
need to, yes, you don't need to do anything.
It's working now,
yes,
right?
It's working.
Thank you very much, Emilia, for the kind introduction, and good morning to all colleagues and friends here. It's a real pleasure for me to be here in person. We all come from 2.5 years non-in-person meetings, and I must say, I followed these meetings online. I came in the meeting last year online and the year before, but it is great to really be here in this magnificent building. Thank you very much for organizing this. I'm totally in agreement with the fact that if we just look back very quickly, 10 years of Global Task Force, where we were and where we are now, I think we have made tremendous steps forward. At the same time, it was also necessary to make those steps because many agendas started to include local and regional governments exactly for that, what we had advocated for and what we wanted to have. So now we have that step in the door everywhere, I think, and in some cases, perhaps the step is larger or the door is more open than in others. But I think over these last 10 years, we have done a tremendous work, and I would like to congratulate everyone for your active participation in that. Looking forward this year, 2023, and thank you for the excellent briefing for today's annual meeting of the Global Task Force. I could see that we are talking about 10 events, just that we need to look into seriously and to imagine how we are going to participate, not only, as you rightly say, Emilia, to be there and to participate, but to actively be part of the decision-making. And so 10 events in 12 months' time, obviously, it's a huge amount of work. So I think the Global Task Force, and that is perhaps also its ultimate value of the Global Task Force, is the fact that each of the organizations that is working for and within the Global Task Force has and can commit to certain priorities. And I think that is also a little bit what we have been talking about this morning. What are the priorities for each of our organizations where perhaps we can lead on and where others can support, because none of us can do all of it in a leading perspective. So we will need to find ways of just operationally to agree amongst ourselves where are you best situated to take on the task and to, in that sense, achieve most of the successes. In my view, and from an ICLEI perspective, I think the work that is in front of us in ensuring adequate representation in decision-making at UN level, and whatever now the terms are being used, is it an advisory board, is it a working group, is it a parliament, is irrelevant now. But I think that the ask that we have had of having a serious step in the door at UN headquarters, both as well as at the sectorial UN agreements, is becoming absolutely necessary. And we have seen it also over the last 5, 6, 7 years, where we are doing now midterm reviews, and some are on the agenda for this year. We see that most of those large international agreements are not advancing as they should be advancing, and therefore here closing the gap via local and regional government action, I think, is what we need to not only to explain again, but to request for, and that we get adequate opportunities to do that. So the governance of self-representation and decision-making at UN level, I think, is for this year on the highest level of our agendas. And therefore, Global Task Force and our coordination of work and what we want to achieve and messaging will be essential. we'll go into this further in the afternoon, but just to say that we have obviously thematic themes that are in front of us: food security, resilience with the Sendai higher level review, water, the UN Water Conference just in a couple of weeks' time. From a governance perspective, U20, U7, going parallel to G20 and G7, HLPF, SG Summit, and then leading to the Summit of the Future next year. I think this is it's quite a COP that we have to get us through. I hope, Emilia, that we are all prepared here, but thank you for putting the setting here. I think it's marvelous to start those discussions, so thank you for that.
Well, I think by some kind of miracle we always manage to yes, follow everything. Not exactly like we would like it to be followed, and maybe with some weaknesses here and there, and some disappointments here and there. But we do manage to follow the processes. And in part of the discussion that we had this morning in our closed door meeting was this need of, as 10 years of work, to start planning outside of the general plan. And so, you know, to define also our own agenda. Mindful and with our eyes on the global processes, but also with our own logic and with our own perspective. That is what inspired us to develop the Pact for the Future. That is what has been inspiring us to put in motion many of our instruments to address climate change and etc. I think those are efforts that need to go in parallel. So I would like to thank you both, Lucy and Gino, for the wise words of the founders of the Global Task Force, together with UCLG and Metropolis. Many others followed, and we are very happy that our table is becoming bigger and bigger. And certainly, it is important, I think, to keep the head in what is coming in terms of a strategic decision making. I think the Summit for the Future and the link between the Summit for the Future and the Sustainable Development Goals is critical. Carles, the Secretary General of Orufogar, was addressing that this morning. You know, we need to keep bringing the message that without us, the Sustainable Development Goals are not going to be achieved. And that is a very link between the two summits, if we consider, as our constituency certainly does, that the Sustainable Development Goals remains a valid and very important framework for the new social contract. So those are the ideas that we are bringing to the table, and maybe for our work to be able to meet all of these important milestones that we will look at graphically this afternoon. I think it's important to make sure that every step that we take fits into all of those processes. I think we need to go to the water conference with our eyes in the SDG summit. We need to, we need to go to the CSW with our eyes in the SDG summit and the Summit for the Future. Same thing for Urban 20, etc. So hopefully, we will have very meaningful inputs. Allow me now to go to the priorities by each of the networks, and I continue with the principles that are already here. I would like to give the floor to Natalia, if you agree. Natalia Uribe is the Secretary General of Regions 4. Welcome, Natalia.
Thank you so much. Is this working? Yes. So good morning, buenos dias, bonjour. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today at this very exciting venue. I was thinking about how important it is, if we want to achieve different results, to do things differently. And I think it's fantastic to be in a place like this that really symbolizes like transformation and reinvention. And hopefully it will remind us of how important it is to be creative and to think outside of the box. So thanks so much to Emilia and all the team for bringing us here together. Thinking of the priorities for 2023 for us at Regions 4, but also what we find are very critical ones shared with the rest of the Global Task Force, just a word on the context, on where we come from and where we want to go. So on the context, of course, we are all aware that we're facing unprecedented challenges. So COVID-19 and interlinked crises, biodiversity emergency, climate emergency, energy crisis, conflicts, including the war against Ukraine. And the global risks report in 2023 was pointing of how failing to address the climate emergency and natural disasters and biodiversity loss are the top most important risks that the world will be facing in the long term. So a reminder that we are in a critical decade of action, and that really what we do in this decade is going to be a turning point if we want to secure a future where people and the planet can really thrive together. So we believe that in the face of this context and this interconnected crises, we need more interconnected solutions. We need to connect the dots, as Emilia was saying. We need more radical collaborations amongst us all, and to invest in resilience, building resilience across all levels of government. Where we come from, very briefly, just looking back at 2022, which was an important year for global sustainability. It was the 50th anniversary of the first UN Conference for Sustainable Development, Stockholm, 20th anniversary of the Earth Summit in Rio. We also saw historical mobilization of some national governments at Climate COP27 and also Biodiversity COP15. So, and looking at COP27, there were lights and shadows, as you know, but we believe there have been very important steps thinking of climate justice and adaptation, putting adaptation higher in the political agenda, and also even talking about loss and damage. So we want to build from there, moving forward. And also historical biodiversity COP15 in Montreal. We now have a new global biodiversity framework. We have been advocating for this framework to be ambitious, to recognize the role of some national governments. We have a new framework with clear targets, with recognition of subnationals, with a dedicated decision and plan of action for subnationals, with a recognition of the right to a healthy environment and other important elements. So in this important juncture, moving to 2023, what we find very important is to really build the momentum and to elevate the profile of the biodiversity emergency at the level of the climate emergency. So we are also working for this, and so that some national governments can be better equipped to implement the new framework. So for this, we're working both at the political and technical levels with the Advisory Committee of Subnational Governments in the framework of the Convention of Biological Diversity, thinking of the new strategy for the new global framework, and also in supporting implementation and monitoring through the initiative Regions with Nature that we launched at COP15 together with ICLEI and other partners. So really mobilizing more regions to join these initiatives this year. We will continue working to make sure that investing in nature and biodiversity conservation is part of the efforts to address the climate emergency. And on the climate action front, this year, very importantly, it's the year of the global stocktake. So it is the moment that we are taking stock of where we are at in terms of implementing the Paris Agreement. So for us, it's very important that the contributions of regions and the progress of regions is really, and subnationals, is really included in these processes. So we are working closely together as co-leads of the adaptation working group within the LGMA to make sure that also these elements are included. Also, to go further on adaptation, we will continue working with the Regions Adapt initiative to mobilize and commitments around adaptation, and so that they contribute to the UN's flagship campaign, Race to Resilience. So inviting others to join us to develop plans on adaptation and accelerate action and report, and that all this contributes to the UN's race. We are working on defining a strategy for the COP to mobilize our members to different events all around the global stocktake, linkages, biodiversity, and climate, and also the importance of decentralization of climate finance, including for adaptation. Another important element for us this year is that we are going to be working with the EU's mission on adaptation. The EU has understood that adaptation needs to happen at the territories, and that through this adaptation mission, there's access to finance to support the building of resilience in 100 European regions. We are partners in 2 important projects to work on pathways to resilience and to maximize the impact of adaptation research. So looking forward to working with our European regions on this front, but also to make sure that this can inspire also work in other world regions. Finally, as has been mentioned, of course, a very critical milestone this year is the midterm review of the 2030 agenda. So we're looking towards having a very meaningful contribution at this year's HLPF SDG Summit, and also the launch of the UN Local 2030 office in Bilbao is also an element that we are collaborating and see as new opportunities for our constituency. So we'll have the chance to talk more about this also in the sessions this afternoon, so I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Natalia. We have a very dense day ahead. So there is coffee outside. Go get it and come back. There are no breaks here. I mean, we want to have everybody talking. We are many networks, but we are also having many partners in the room. I mean, we have colleagues from UN Habitat. We have also colleagues from UNDESA. We have many colleagues from organized civil society, and I would like in particular to welcome International Public Service International. Public Service International that is working with us all the issues of service provision, but also the global platform for right to the city. We have many cities in the room as well. I see Bogota sitting there. I see New York City joining us. I see Esteban Echevarria. I mean, there are too many to name. Tangier is behind me, I know, and Chef Shawen. I cannot name you all, but I know you're there. So it's just a very diverse community, and I hope that you are able to value the display of the activities by the networks, and then later this afternoon in a more interactive manner also provide your own vision on that. We also want to hear from you. And now also to a principal of the Global Task Force, Oru Fogar, the Secretary General of Oru Fogar. Bienvenido, querido Carles Llorens.
Sí, en español.
¿Se puede?
Se
Sí,
puede.
sí, sí. We have interpretation, by the way. We have interpretation in English, French, and Spanish. You don't see the interpreters here because they are in another city connecting by Zoom. So if it takes a little while for you to get connected, don't worry, they are there. Take your time so that people are ready. Y yo creo que ahora ya puedes.
Cuando hablas el último, casi está todo dicho y tienes que decir que estás conforme con todo lo que se ha dicho, ¿no? Pero además tienes que ser más breve, ¿no? Bueno, yo quería empezar teniendo en cuenta que estamos en una reunión de gobiernos locales y regionales, per dir-vos benvinguts a Barcelona i a Catalunya. Welcome to Barcelona and Catalonia. Emilia ha dicho que antes hemos tenido una reunión de secretarios generales de las principales organizaciones globales, ¿no?, aquí representadas. Y bueno, ha estado una reunión muy abierta porque había más gente que ha ido entrando y por tanto no ha sido una reunión con unas conclusiones secretas, sino que podemos compartirlas. Y en todo caso, yo debo explicaros, para completar lo que aquí se ha dicho, que hemos hablado de cosas internas y hemos hablado de cosas externas y de cómo incidir externamente. De cosas internas hemos hablado de cómo actúa la Global Task Force, y el lobby regional representado por Natalia y por mí como Regions 4 y como Oru Fogar ha dicho que nos gustaría que además, cuando vamos a Naciones Unidas o tenemos un evento de la Global Task Force, más allá de que haya un programa balanceado de género, que debe ser así, de continentes, que debe ser así, de países, que debe ser así, que haya también un balance y un equilibrio entre gobiernos locales y regionales. Ya sabemos que esto es difícil porque hay muchos más gobiernos locales que regionales, pero la voz de los gobiernos regionales creemos que es sustancial y muy importante en todos los debates de la agenda global. Otro apunte de temas internos que hemos hablado, y ahí debo de referirme y mirar hacia atrás y concretamente a mis amigos y nuestros amigos de FAMSI, de la Cooperación Municipal Andaluza. Otra cosa que hemos hablado es una preocupación que tenemos en relación al Foro de Desarrollo Económico Local. Hemos hecho unas cuantas ediciones del Foro de Desarrollo Económico Local juntos. Durante muchos años esto ha funcionado muy bien, ha sido un gran evento, levantábamos la mano y teníamos 3.000, 4.000, en alguna ocasión 10.000 personas en un Foro de Desarrollo Económico Local. Y en este momento, en cambio, todo nos cuesta un poco más. Después de la pandemia todo nos cuesta un poco más, y nuestro foro de Córdoba, Argentina, pues fue un foro con el cual sufrimos bastante, porque fue muy difícil de concretar, entre otras cosas por la pandemia, ¿no? Bueno, y en este momento, pues el foro que queremos celebrar en el 2023, pues en este momento tiene alguna dificultad, porque, bueno, financiarlo pues no es fácil, etcétera, ¿no? Y en todo caso, sabed que hemos hablado de estas dificultades en esta reunión previa. Estos serían los temas internos. Y después, de cara a los externos, deciros que hemos hablado, y se ha dicho de entrada, ¿no?, que son años difíciles, porque la agenda global, y especialmente cuando la focalizamos con la Agenda 2030 y los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, pues todo lo que ha pasado en el mundo y lo que está pasando en el mundo, pues hacen que aquellas previsiones que teníamos, pues en este momento no se están cumpliendo, y no solo no se están cumpliendo, sino que alguno de los ODS está yendo francamente para atrás, y esto debería preocuparnos, y en todo caso sirve para reafirmar nuestro compromiso con el tema, ¿no? Hemos hablado también de lo que hace cada cual, ¿no?, y de en qué segmento pues cada cual está más especializado. Yo debo deciros que como Oru Fogar, como Organización de Regiones Unidas, pues evidentemente procuramos muchas veces de la mano de Regions 4 por su especialización en temas de sostenibilidad, pero procuramos estar en todos los debates. Pero que si en alguno creemos que tenemos una cierta acreditación y quizá otra gente pues no se ha focalizado tanto en este tema, es en el tema de la seguridad alimentaria y la soberanía alimentaria. De forma que, bueno, nosotros el próximo año, en principio, vamos a organizar, como el año pasado, una cumbre sobre seguridad alimentaria, de la cual pues querríamos hacer partícipe a todo el mundo que participa de la Global Task Force. Otro tema que hemos hablado es de la preocupación que nos genera qué se está diciendo sobre la agenda global. ¿Qué están diciendo los medios de la agenda global? Bueno, todos nosotros tenemos imperativamente una neutralidad política. En nuestras redes hay gente de derechas, de izquierdas, del centro, de todos los colores. Y por tanto nuestras organizaciones deben ser muy prudentes en manejar eso. Todos estamos de acuerdo en eso. Pero tan cierto como esto es de que desde determinadas familias políticas muy extremas se está generando un discurso anti-agenda global, un discurso anti-agenda 2030 y un discurso anti-ODS. Y que hemos dicho que, bueno, que algo deberíamos hacer en este sentido y nos hemos planteado pues, estar más presentes en los medios de comunicación, ¿no? Y creo bueno, que con los medios limitados que todos tenemos, pero deberíamos procurar incidir en este tema de discurso de comunicación. Y en un momento determinado Emilia pues preguntaba, ¿cuál deben ser nuestros mensajes claves en esta situación y en este contexto, ¿no? Bueno, yo me atrevía a contestar y a decir que creo que tenemos que diversificar los mensajes y evidentemente no puede ser un solo mensaje. Pero yo creo que un mensaje muy clave y muy principal podría ser que sin gobiernos locales y regionales comprometidos, la Agenda 2030 y los ODS no funcionan. Creo que este puede ser un mensaje muy claro, muy en frente de todo lo que nosotros representamos. Y dicho esto, yo quería finalmente agradecer de manera muy especial a CGLU. Estamos en un momento de aniversario de la Global Task Force y agradecer que en nombre de todos pues, CGLU esté gestionando también esta organización que nos permite pues, que nuestra voz se escuche donde tiene que escucharse, y tiene que escucharse en Naciones Unidas, pero ahora vemos también que tiene que escucharse en los medios de comunicación. Gracias, Emilia.
Muchísimas gracias. So thank you very much to the principals, to my colleagues for these inputs. From the perspective of UCLG, our international efforts are going to be going full force to the Summit for the Future and the Summit of the Sustainable Development Goals, because from our perspective that is articulating the way that we want to live and we want to shape society. And some of the conversations that the Global Task Force is not having, but I am certain that we will start to have them, is conversations around the protection of the multilateral system, the consideration of the multilateral system as a common, as a shared value, something that we need to protect and nurture, while contributing to its transformation and to its reform. So those are going to be our efforts this year. We will be hearing about, we have throughout the day segments that you are facilitating that are addressing parts of this agenda, and I think we will have a good opportunity to cover that. But allow me to take a moment. I was referring to the many partners that we have in the room, and I want to acknowledge as well Cities Alliance and representatives of the Geneva Cities Hub also. We are local and regional governments organizations very aware of what is happening in the world right now at a very difficult moment for the planet, and I think although we have started with that on Monday, allow me to ask you to pay tribute for a few seconds to our colleagues from Turkey and from Syria that are really facing a very difficult time. We have an important delegation from Turkey here. Thank you for coming, dear colleagues. Just a few seconds to acknowledge the sorrow that we all feel and to call for your solidarity. Thank you. And a big applause to all the municipalities, the associations of local and regional governments that are working actively in Turkey and in Syria. Thank you. UCLG is articulating a decentralized cooperation response, and we would be happy if any other networks would like to join. I know from your side, of course, you might be mobilizing your members. If you see opportunities to collaborate, let us do that. So with this, situating ourselves in the realities of the world and having the key priorities that we are going to expand on this afternoon, I would like to continue presentations from the different networks. I would like to go to Casimir Legrand, Climate Politics, Intelligence and Diplomacy Manager in C40. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Emilia, and to UCLG for hosting us. So I'm here on behalf of Mark, who sends his regards, but his apologies as well, unfortunately, for not being able to be here, as it conflicted with some other work travel. It's my first in-person Global Task Force meeting, so I'm delighted to be here. For those of you who don't know me, and that's probably most of you in the room, my name is Casimir Legrand. I'm Climate Politics, Intelligence, and Diplomacy Manager at C40. So today I'm going to speak a little bit about what C40 has achieved in 2022, and then go into how it informs our 2023 priorities. So 2022 for us was another year where cities delivered far more ambitious actions than nation states, and I want to cover two major milestones. The first being our C40 World Mayors Summit, you might recall, was hosted in October in 2022. It was a third edition of our C40 Summit, previous ones following on from Mexico City and Copenhagen. This one was the largest ever gathering of mayors to date convened by C40. We welcomed 75 C40 mayors and over 140 non-C40 cities. There were some major announcements that came out of that summit, and I want to focus on two. So our mayors came together, united in action to drive the creation of 50 million good green jobs by 2030. And as a result of new partnerships with IFC and others, C40 cities in the Global South are projected to access a record investment of $1 billion to tackle the climate crisis, helping build pipelines of urban climate action projects across the Global South. And the second big milestone is COP27. I think Carly at Regions 4 put it nicely in Lights and Shadows. It's a bit of an underwhelming outcome, needless to say. There was some positive announcement on the Loss and Damage Fund, but disappointing conclusions with failure to deliver an agreement to slash the burning of fossil fuels. That being said, although there's limited progress on climate action, there was unprecedented engagement of mayors at COP27. We had a very strong mayoral delegation led by the mayor of Dhaka North and the mayor of Freetown. We also had lots of African mayors and governors present on the ground and strong representation from the Global South. There were strong initiatives brought forward as well by the COP presidency, one in particular, Sustainable Urban Resilience for the Next Generation, or SURGE, to accelerate local and urban climate action through multi-level governance. It's the first ever presidency-led initiative strictly focusing on cities. And then C40 also is serving as a technical partner for new National Development Bank's Urban Climate Action Program to also build capacity, to improve framework conditions for urban climate finance. Additionally, we had big visibility in the World Leaders Summit with the governor of Tokyo speaking as the only mayor in that segment, and also the first ever hosting of the Urbanization Ministerial. But while C40 mayors are making progress faster than most, and indeed around 3/4 are reducing their per capita emissions faster than their respective nation states, cities are still slightly off track, and it's not enough. So that leads me to 2023. 2023 for us is all about making sure our cities stay on track to doing their fair share to have emissions globally by 2030 in line with 1.5, improve equity, and build resilience. So in that spirit, we have two main missions for 2023. The first is getting behind this narrative around helping the world get off fossil fuels to halt climate breakdown. And there's two parts to this. The first being by eliminating 50% of fossil fuels consumed in C40 cities by 2030, and equally important, supporting mayors to win the global argument for renewables and stopping fossil fuel use. We published a fossil gas research report at the summit There is a narrative being peddled around that fossil gas is a worthwhile transition fuel, but our research shows that it's neither green nor clean. Fossil gas needs to decrease by 30% by 2030 for us to stay on track for 1.5, yet gas expansion will increase fossil gas capacity by 86%. The research also shows that air pollution from fossil gas is nearly as harmful to health as coal across our cities. And meanwhile, renewable energy can generate 6 times the amount of jobs, improve air quality, and provide more affordable and secure energy supply. And they're cheaper in 95 out of our 96 C40 city countries. And the second big theme is on addressing the impacts and injustice of climate breakdown by driving the creation of 50 million good green jobs in C40 cities by 2030, unlocking investment for climate resilience in cities, improving public health as well by making climate a health issue. So on the climate finance point, we're looking closely at the reform proposals on the table, which I'm sure many of you in the room are as well, the G20 Capital Adequacy Framework, the NCQG, Bridgetown. We're following the Macron Summit as important milestones for that. We really understand that local governments need to be part of the discussion, but at the same time, we're also realistic that there might not be direct entry points, or the entry points into those agendas might not be as clear-cut for cities. So we can't just strive to achieve something in the ether of the multilateral or bilateral spaces. It's really about how it all plays out on the ground and how it actually delivers the finance that's needed for the implementers of the actions. So we need to highlight the challenges that are being encountered and show that if they're not fixed, then we're not really unlocking the full potential of cities. So against that backdrop, some of the milestones we're looking at for 2023, just giving you a very brief snapshot. Our first one is our Urban 20 Sherpa meeting that happened a few weeks ago in Ahmedabad in India. It was unprecedented in scale. We had over 30 cities participate in person with key Indian government officials, including the G20 negotiator and senior officials from the Prime Minister's office. The Indian G20 presidency recognized that cities are the biggest driver and largest multiplier of sustainable and resilient growth in the G20. Cities started their official negotiations that are going to culminate in the adoption of the U20 communique. It's going to be presented at the U20 summit in the first week of July. We also have ongoing advocacy in parallel to elevate those asks of the communique to other engagement groups in the G20 and G20 leaders. And we're also thinking of, there was a lot of excitement around this idea of potentially organizing a ministerial level meeting with G20 countries and cities, which would be the first ever in the G20 in similar fashion to the one that exists in the G7 process. Another milestone is the UN Water Conference. We have mayors who will speak at a special event that I think the Global Task Force is also co-organizing on the economics and governance of water. And that will be a good opportunity to highlight localizing SDG 6 for water security. The UN Climate Action Summit for us is very important. It's really relevant when it comes to the high-level expert group recommendations, or HLEG. So we're working very closely with the UN to make sure that cities' net zero targets and climate action plans are HLEG compliant, in line with the report recommendations. We're mapping out our engagement currently at UNCAS, but we know it will be a strong demonstration of mayoral leadership, and we really want to do something around the Climate Action Summit on green jobs. Very quickly related to the SDGs, on the heels...
You have 1 minute left.
Perfect, thank you. On the heels of COP27, a bunch of our mayors signed an open letter with Project Everyone that was published in the Financial Times, calling on world leaders to prioritize climate justice and unlock the finance that's needed for cities to meet the SDGs. They very critically frame the SDGs as the world's to-do list. So hoping to work with national governments to ensure that that to-do list is actually delivered. And then COP28 is critical for us, given the global stocktake. We're proud to contribute data on how C40 cities are doing their share to have emissions. We also are going to bring strong messaging on finance. And we have strong links to the COP28 presidency. We have one of our colleagues, Derv Lahone, who was unable to join today, who's seconded to the high-level climate champions. So we're in talks with the presidency and the high-level champion, and we look to fruitful synergies on that. So I'll stop there, but thank you very much for the opportunity and look forward to the discussions today.
Well, thank you very much, and also for highlighting the Urban 20 efforts that will come up again. As you know, UCLG and C40 co-convened the Urban 20, indeed a very successful Sherpa meeting, and we have representatives from India that are going to be speaking about that later today. Thank you for highlighting that indeed. Allow me now to go to Álvaro Soldevilla, the lead program Resilient Practice. Oh my goodness, I think I have it wrong. It's very long.
I know.
Resilient Cities Network, welcome.
Thank you very much.
We're very happy to have
No,
you.
thanks, Emilia, and thanks for inviting us. So, given the opportunity that I can speak in Spanish, which is not frequent, I'm going to switch into Spanish for those of you who
Go
want to.
ahead, for diversity's sake, indeed.
Thank you. Yeah. So, buenos días and bon día también. Yo trabajo en la red de ciudades resilientes, que probablemente todos conoceréis. Es una red que está liderada por las propias ciudades. Se inició hace ya 10 años, pues en 2013, y sí ha sido pues, una década de construir capacidades en los municipios, sobre todo con la idea de cómo ayudamos a los gobiernos locales a prepararse para el futuro, cómo entender los riesgos a los que se enfrentan y cómo prepararse mejor ante ellos. Entonces, un poco cuento esto que probablemente ya conoceréis, porque sí que me ayuda y me permite explicar cómo estamos ahora mismo como organización, pensando pues en los próximos años y cómo vamos a trabajar también y apoyar a las ciudades que son parte de la red. Desde un punto de vista estratégico, esta década de trabajo sí que nos obliga de alguna forma a repensar y a replantear el tipo de apoyo que estamos dando a las ciudades. Y cuando hablamos de resiliencia urbana, sabéis que es un concepto que ha evolucionado bastante en los últimos años, cada vez está más en el centro de las agendas de desarrollo y sentimos que como organización también tenemos que aprender de los procesos que hemos llevado a cabo, de escuchar también a las ciudades con las que hemos trabajado, con las que trabajamos y damos apoyo y sobre todo prepararnos para el futuro, ¿no? Y un poco en línea de lo que comentaba Natalia, ¿no? De los riesgos globales que se han identificado y pensar también de forma más pragmática, quizá qué tipo de herramientas, metodologías podemos poner a la disponibilidad de las ciudades. Pensar también que tenemos presencia global y que pues, hay un elemento regional que tenemos que tener en cuenta igualmente a la hora de pensar qué tipo de productos, qué tipo de, no sé, incluso de marcos teóricos ponemos al alcance de las ciudades para pensar con esa perspectiva más sistémica, de entender pues, un alcance más de multirriesgos y siempre con el elemento de cualquier tipo de pues, estrategia, planeación, proyecto que se desarrolle desde las ciudades también tenga ese elemento de planes bueno, que se lleven a cabo con una cooperación y participación también ciudadana y multiactor y con gobiernos regionales, evidentemente. Es algo que queremos incluir un poco en este trabajo que estamos más de reflexión de futuro. Eso desde un punto de vista estratégico. Ya más a nivel temático o programático como organización, aquí me voy a repetir bastante con lo que ya han dicho el resto de redes, porque yo creo que estamos todos trabajando hacia los mismos retos, pero así de forma más específica sí que queremos impulsar más el trabajo en resiliencia climática, evidentemente. Es algo que no hayamos hecho, pero que sí que nos están impulsando mucho las ciudades a pensar en clave de futuro, sobre todo, ¿no? Tenemos varios programas muy concretos de resiliencia hídrica, o sea, más enfocados al acceso al agua. Entendemos también que cada vez hay más ciudades que están enfrentándose a la problemática de la escasez hídrica, está pasando en todas las regiones, lo estamos viendo. Y intentamos como organización también, ¿no? Proveer de nuevo como de herramientas metodológicas, de pensar cómo entender también pues, a partir de escenarios de cambio climático, cómo esos van a impactar al acceso al agua y qué tipo de medidas las ciudades ya tienen que estar pensando y cómo anticiparse ante esos escenarios de futuro, ¿no? Eso en agua. En energía parecido, pues es un tema que evidentemente ya es global, lo estamos viendo pues, con la crisis energética que estamos sufriendo todos. Igual, como organización estamos desarrollando varios programas, tanto en Latinoamérica, en África. Aquí en Europa pues, trabajamos con ICLE en un programa de neutralidad climática en ciudades y también en América del Norte igual, o sea, igual programas más enfocados quizás a las comunidades energéticas, pensado como el autoabastecimiento de energía, etc. Desde un punto de vista también, otro tema importante que estamos impulsando es la cuestión de la circularidad en las ciudades. Entramos mucho por el tema de la gestión de residuos, evidentemente que está en el centro de la agenda de la circularidad, con programas, o sea, con otras organizaciones también que nos están apoyando, pero muy, muy orientado a cómo reducir todos los vertidos de plástico en el océano. Entonces sí que nuestro punto de entrada evidentemente son las ciudades y pensar en cómo fortalecer los sistemas de gestión de residuos, con esa perspectiva también sistémica, ¿no? De nuevo, de pensar cuáles son los vínculos no solo de la gestión de residuos en sí, sino pues todo el proceso desde la generación del plástico hasta el vertido al océano. Otra idea también en circularidad es la ¿cómo es? Food security, seguridad alimentaria, exacto. Estoy acostumbrado a hablar en inglés
Sí,
en trabajo.
Conocemos el problema.
De nuevo, pues aquí estamos más a nivel campaña por ahora, es un tema que no estamos entrando como un programa, sino como el crear la noción de la importancia de ponerlo sobre la agenda, y lo hacen muchísimas organizaciones también, evidentemente, y nosotros, como desde un punto de vista de resiliencia, de prepararse para el futuro, pues también es un riesgo ya al que se enfrentan muchas ciudades, con lo que tenemos que entender también los vínculos con las regiones, esa perspectiva también más metropolitana que a veces nos falta, la estamos insertando también en el trabajo. Y para finalizar, hay un elemento que creo que también se ha comentado mucho y que pues, está en nuestra agenda también como organización, que es el elemento de la equidad. Hemos tenido programas, hemos trabajado, siempre intentamos enfocar nuestro trabajo a que el impacto siempre, o sea, se enfoque en las comunidades vulnerables, pero tenemos que hacer más y sí que no solo a través de programas, pero sino incluso la forma que estamos pensando como organización, o sea, cómo planteamos todos nuestros programas, las estrategias, tenemos que tener como ese, no sé cómo llamarlo, como un driver en el proceso de trabajo.
Nosotros lo
que
llamamos
tenemos.
pathways.
Pathways.
Ya hablaremos más tarde.
Gracias. Entonces, un
Me queda
poco,
un minutín.
con esto ya finalizo. Seguramente va a haber oportunidades entre todos para pensar pues, cómo trabajar este año. Yo creo que ya hay ejemplos, o sea, tenemos con ICLEI, por ejemplo, pues estamos colaborando mucho en Europa, sobre todo pues, con propuestas, ¿no? Para conseguir fondos, o sea, para proyectos financiados por Comisión Europea. Trabajamos en la campaña de MCRR, de Making Cities Resilience Campaign, con UNDRR. O sea, sí hay ejemplos que
Estamos todos.
Exacto.
Ayer estaba Mami con nosotros.
Está funcionando, yo creo que se nota como que ya hay una atracción de 10 años, ¿no? en esta voluntad de organizarnos y sí se está viendo de forma muy tangible ya. Entonces, bueno, sí que animo a que continuemos en esta línea porque pues, vemos muchos beneficios. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Un gusto tenerte con nosotros. De verdad, un aplauso, ¿no?
Gracias.
So we're going to start to wrap up this segment with Vania Freitas. She's our colleague from Institutional Relations of the Association of European Regions. You see her in the screen over there, and she has been seeing us. Vania, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emilia, and good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to bring the apologies of our Secretary General, Christian Spar, who unfortunately could not move the travels that he had scheduled for this week. So he asked me, on his behalf and on behalf of the Assembly of European Regions, to share our priorities for 2023, to listen to you, to share with you, and exchange. But before I start, I would like to join other colleagues in thanking UCLG, Emilia, and your team for convening this meeting, for facilitating the dialogue, the coordination and the collaboration of our networks on international policy processes, and your work over the last 10 years in amplifying the voices of local and regional authorities. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So regarding our priorities, as Natalia already mentioned during her intervention, we are living times of great challenges. No, Natalia mentioned the climate, environment pressures, the inequalities, the conflicts and crises. So at AER, at the Assembly of European Regions, we know that we have to redouble our efforts to meet not only the 2030 agenda and its goals, but also the climate goals. So now more than ever, at the Assembly of European Regions, we are committed to engage with and to influence the European and the international institutions to achieve a more place-based development that reflects the circumstances of our territories, the interests and needs of those communities. So we will be working on democracy and citizens' participation. This is one of the thematic clusters of the AER work for this year. We have a group on active citizenship that will convene political discussions and develop a set of recommendations on how to enhance democratic governance and citizens' participation with a focus on young people as a sort of a catalyst to sustainable, fair and inclusive development. We'll be showcasing citizens' assemblies and other forms of deliberative democracy at regional level. As some of you might know, we will have European Parliament elections next year. So this is a reason for us to focus on raising awareness about regions and give voice to regions' concerns in the run-up to the elections in 2024. We will also continue collaborating and coordinating efforts towards the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine, together with other European associations of local and regional authorities and European institutions. Another thematic priority is a strong recovery and sustainable development. This year is also the European Year of Skills, so we will use this momentum to intensify our advocacy for increased investment on quality jobs and skills development at regional level. We will launch a political debate on the future of work and prepare recommendations on how we can use the opportunities of remote working to improve job quality, to achieve higher quality of life, to revitalize rural areas, and lead to environmental gains. Supported by our task force on sustainable tourism, we will also focus on a more sustainable tourism for regions and ways of innovating, greening and strengthening the tourism sector, focusing on the role of regional governments in the green transition and digital transformation of the sector. As the discussions at European Union level on the future of cohesion policy in Europe is also gaining a momentum, we'll be actively engaged in the discussion on how to address the economic, the social and territorial disparities between European countries and within the European countries, so between regions, especially in the context of the green and digital twin transitions. In this vein, and at the global level, we will continue collaborating with our global task force and all the partners in advocating for a stronger role for regional authorities in the SDG follow-up and review processes and multi-level governance in the UN climate negotiations. A third priority for this year, and as part of our ambition...
Vanya, you have 1 minute left and more opportunities this afternoon, but 1 minute, please.
It's enough, just quickly. So we have as an objective to build more equal societies, well-being economies, so we will work this year also to increase the support for intercultural integration in regions, so based on multi-level governance, as a way to help our European regions to achieve the benefits of diversity and build cohesive societies. So this is the third thematic priority. To finalize, Emilia, we believe in the power of our global task force, of this partnership, of working together to fight for our common causes. So to reiterate that we look forward to working together with you to address our common global challenges and achieve our vision, our common vision for a sustainable world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Vania. Now you can understand, and we have only gotten started. There are more networks coming up and more visions. Now you can understand when we say to the different partners that are in the room, we need to consult our constituency. Imagine what that means. It's literally a lot of consultation. But we have come a long way, and things have become much more easy for us to understand. I fully agree with the intervention of Alvaro that when he assesses these are things that we are all doing. Yes, we are very aligned in the priorities. We are all tackling them from a different perspective. That is also important to highlight. We are not all doing the same things. We are approaching things from a different perspective. Each of the networks have their own strengths, their own focus, and they are all meaningful because most of our members are in all the networks. So that needs to be a sign of. When I hear Casimir talk about C40 cities, I have a smile because it's C40 cities, UCLG cities, CLGF cities, ICLEI cities. They are the same cities, in fact. But it is true that our capacity to gather groups of them that are willing to go further in certain markers is also very, very important. And I think that is exactly what some of our networks are doing, be it a Resilient Cities Network, be C40, be ICLEI, and the same happens with our regional representation as well. So I hope you get a taste of what we have in the afternoon. We will be talking about migration. We will be talking about many other things. But before we close this segment and we do a break for lunch and for exchange that is almost as important as the one that we are having here, I want to give the opportunity for people to start thinking whether they want to raise their hand and comment. But first, give the floor to Christopher Williams. I'm so happy that you're here. Chris, many of you know him, is the director of UN Habitat in the New York office. He is a great champion for us, local governments in New York, a very important ally. And I want to give Chris the floor at this moment because, as we said in the introductions, and almost all of us referred to it, there is very important progress that we are making in the structural relationship with the UN system. And it is of such a general nature and of such an impact for the whole of the work that we are doing that I think it is worthwhile to actually stop for a few minutes here and look at what it means, what we have achieved, and where we are with it. And of course, we will need to discuss, and there are many things that we need to sort out about how to organize around it. But the very fact that the Secretary General of the United Nations has agreed to the creation of an advisory group of local and regional on local and regional governments is extremely meaningful. And I was sharing with my colleagues this morning, it's also about the name. Local and regional governments, not authorities, not mayors, not cities, governments. It's a part that we go to the United Nations every single time, highlighting we are in a sphere of government. So first of all, we want to applaud all of you here from the United Nations and more that will join us this afternoon for the support that you have provided to this from the Secretariat, because we know we have your support. But also to invite you to share with us where we are. It might not be an easy road, but it's a very important one to do together. Welcome, Chris, and thank you.
Thanks very much, Amelia, and greetings all. It's a pleasure to be here, really an honor to get beyond the Global Task Force and find out the component parts within it. So it's very helpful to get a little more nuance and understanding of the journey that you've taken to arrive at the Global Task Force. I'll talk briefly about the Secretary General's Advisory Group on Local and Regional Governments and what's envisioned, but before doing, I just want to say that this didn't happen by accident. This has been a process that, quite frankly, begins with a Global Task Force on Local and Regional Governments. What you've been discussing this morning about your 10-year journey and coming together and understanding that you needed a representative body that essentially reflected the different component parts, the various associations. Amelia likes to say, the association of associations. This is very important when engaging with institutions like the United Nations. So I think the fact that you have developed a level of maturity, as you've said, one of the indicators of that maturity is that you've gotten to the point where you've been invited by the Secretary General to participate in this advisory group and potentially much more. I think the second ingredient for this was the UN system itself. Historically, UN Habitat was really the only part of the UN system concerned with local governments and urban issues, localization generally. The Secretary General is quite committed to making sure that that's no longer the case, that the entire UN system is looking at how best to address localization, the Local 2030 Coalition, which we've talked about before, as well as the UN system-wide strategy for sustainable urban development. These are things that didn't happen before, and it means that there's a greater commitment on the part of the entire UN system, with UN Habitat playing more of a facilitation role, bringing parts of the UN system together to facilitate that level of engagement. I think the third piece is an openness on the part of the central governments themselves. Recognition of the COVID experience, I think, accelerated the understanding that crises are not going to be handled at central government level. They must be in partnership with local and regional governments, as is the climate crisis and other emergencies in the conflict that we're seeing around the world. The President of the General Assembly in April last year made a decision to organize the high-level meeting on the implementation of the New Urban Agenda in a very different way. And your support for that exercise, particularly with the World Assembly, hosted the day before that assembly with 30 representatives from around the world, and then the President of the General Assembly agreeing that he would organize within the General Assembly a dedicated segment on leading locally, where 4 mayors represented from the previous World Assembly participated for the first time in the history of the General Assembly in a dedicated segment, which is usually the preserve of central governments. So there's an openness on the part of central governments, led by the President of the General Assembly, to begin to create space, espacio, for local and regional governments in deliberations and intergovernmental processes. How far this can go, how far it should go, is of course a major discussion for the advisory group on local and regional governments. But I just wanted to create a little bit of context, and I think the last piece is our common agenda. It specifically not only calls for this advisory group, but it's looking at where is multilateralism going to be in the next 25 years? Can it be operating in a way that's more relevant, more engaged, more inclusive, more networked? And so this is also a contextual issue that is creating the basis for the SG to have this advisory group. So what is this advisory group? Well, first of all, it's time-bound. It's not something that's going to be on in perpetuity. It's really having an 18 to 24-month horizon that will allow it to lead into the Summit of the Future. It will serve as a work stream that the Secretary General can guide for thinking through what happens in 2024, and particularly the Pact for the Future. I know that word is really going to cause us all a lot of trouble because Global Task Force has a Pact for the Future. But unfortunately, for better or worse, or maybe fortunately, if we can integrate it right, the General Assembly will adopt a Pact for the Future in September of 2024 that will pull together not only the work stream on local and regional governments, but many other work streams to look at multilateralism in the future 25 years. The other important part of the terms of reference, in addition to being time-bound and working towards the summit of the future, is composition. There's a lot of thought that went into this, and I value Emilia representing and others representatives of the Global Task Force in the negotiations of this terms of reference, which itself was an impressive exercise. That the terms of reference was not developed by the Secretary General, but through a consultative process with the Global Task Force was extremely important. 5 central government representatives, 5 local government representatives, and 5 heads of UN agencies, spanning development, humanitarian, peace, conflict, human rights, as well as the broader Secretary General office. So it's unusual in terms of its breadth. It's not confined to development. It's not just the SDGs, although that's crucial. It's looking at the entire engagement of local governments. Its objective is to identify institutional mechanisms that could strengthen the engagement of local and regional governments in intergovernmental processes. So this is quite a serious mandate, and how to take those suggestions and funnel them into the debates of the Summit of the Future. It will also concern substantive issues, and I'll end here. What I've been hearing this morning is issues of equity, climate, crisis, both reduction and recovery, as well as broader issues of localization and financing. So I'm sure that these 5 issues that are dear to your hearts and part of your action, and I've noted that you're trying to drive the agenda and not just react. I think that's an extremely important aspect of maturation for the Global Task Force. I think these 5 issues will definitely be topics that are taken up by the Global Task Force. I am told that within the next two weeks, the Secretary General will announce the establishment of this advisory group. Thank you.
Well, I see Aissata smiling from New York because we know how hard it has been, this road, and to see it coming. Yeah. To see, no, take a microphone, Aissata. Do share. I know how close to our hearts this is.
Yeah, Chris, it's so great to see you. Let's talk after this. No, it's really great that the UN is recognizing cities and local governments, and I really want to give a huge shout out to Chris and the entire UN Habitat team. I was in the UAE and I met with Edie Mott Sharif, and I know she'll be participating. But it's really the time that we all have to take leadership and to be able to make that change. So I'll be talking to Chris, I'll be talking to Emilia, and let's really get it done. Yeah. Thank you.
We will. Yeah, hopefully Aissata is the Deputy Commissioner for International Relations of New York City, not a small city in the world, and also the host of the United Nations. And she will be making announcements this afternoon, important announcements. But thank you very much. I do think we need to recover this spirit of celebration. This is not just one more report we are making. It's hard to get here. It's really hard to get here. And we really need to make it work. And I think this human group that you have here, but also the institutions that are behind, and many of the elected representatives in the room will be applauding that. I'm looking at the Canadian representation behind you that have been participating very often in our strides at the United Nations, but also the mayor of San Jose, that is our co-president as well, the mayor of Kitchener, so many that have been making this possible. But we will celebrate. Thank you very much, Chris. Anybody else that would like to take the floor, comments, also from this part of the room? Anybody else that would like to intervene? Please, co-president, mayor of Kitchener, Barry Brabanovic.
Thanks very much, Emilia. And you know, it's been very energizing, quite frankly, this morning, hearing the presentations of all the various Global Task Force partners and reflecting where we've come from over this past decade of all these municipal organizations coming together, being able to speak with one voice and really working to move the agenda forward in terms of the priorities of local and regional governments from around the world. You know, as I was listening to Ikli speak, and when I was listening to Chris speak, and I was listening to some of the others speak, I just reflect on the journey that we've been on, and how in many ways it really is sort of an alignment of the stars right now that is happening. It has been that unified voice over the past 10 years. It has been the progress that Maimouna and Chris and others at UN Habitat have been able to move that organization forward. The work, quite frankly, that we as an organization have been able to do as UCLG, particularly Amelia, and you've been a passionate advocate of this for a number of years in terms of moving it forward. And quite frankly, and you know, I was saying this to Chris earlier, that we're fortunate that we also have a Secretary General right now at the United Nations who, quite frankly, understands and believes in local government and the role that it needs to play in the future of our planet. And I think we can't underestimate that, the importance of that. It's a unique period of time that we have. It's a finite period of time, and we need to work as strongly and as collaboratively together as we can, particularly with these major events coming up, with the summit later this year and also next year, to really try to advance this while the SG's mandate continues, and hopefully that will lay the foundations to make it difficult to undo going forward after that.
You know, some of us have been meeting for 2 days, so we have discussed many things, and one of the things that we were recalling is that our municipal movement kicked off in 1913, just before the Great War. We have always demonstrated that we were faster than national governments in recognizing the very special times in which we were because of the proximity to the citizens. And that big conference that took place in Ghent was our hope, the hope of the wise, of the local and regional governments, of the founders, to address the verge of war. The nations only reacted after the war. Obviously, local and regional governments were not successful then to avoid the war, because in 1914, a war indeed came, and so many of our hopes and aspirations. But now that some parts of the stars are aligned, and that now that we see how high the risk is, I do hope that local multilateralism can save us from what could be coming. And in that happy note, because it is a happy note, with that hope, I invite you to go to the gardens, enjoy the Barcelona sun, and have some lunch. We will be back here at 2:30 because we have very important guests joining online, and we really want to start at 3 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much to the colleagues online that are following, and to you from the Assembly of European Regions. Thank you, dear colleague.
Hello, test. Hello, can you hear us? Hello,
I can hear you.
thank you.
Welcome back. Thank you, colleagues, for joining us. We are in the follow-up meeting of the annual meeting of the Global Task Force. We have started this morning the discussions around the priorities for 2023. And now we are going to dedicate the afternoon to discussing the details of our joint strategy. The first segment of this afternoon is dedicated to the type of high-level impact that we need. We cannot do it alone, so we need partnerships, high-impact partnerships, actually. And so we have invited some very special guests to address us. But before we give them the floor, and they are joining online, I already see the Executive Director, Maimouna Sharif. Welcome, and Nina Hakikam. It's so good to see you both. Greetings. We wish you were with us, but we are delighted to have you here. Before we give the floor to them, I have a very special guest for us, the leader of this gathering, the President of United Cities and Local Governments, Mayor of Montevideo. Carolina, ¿unas palabras? Muchísimas gracias, Presidenta. Bienvenida.
Seré muy breve y, si me permiten, en honor a la brevedad, voy a hablar en mi lengua natural, en español. Les pido disculpas por abusar de esto en este breve mensaje. Un gran abrazo a las amigas que remotamente, pero con el corazón bien cerca, nos acompañan siempre. Una gran bienvenida a los socios, las socias que nos acompañan en esta discusión tan importante. Y esta discusión va rumbo a otras de alto nivel que nuestra organización piensa dar en Naciones Unidas y en realidad en toda nuestra agenda. Hay una frase que muchos y muchas de nosotros usamos o escuchamos, sobre todo en el ámbito de las Naciones Unidas, que es sin dejar a nadie ni a ningún lugar atrás. Y ayer, ¿verdad que sí? ¿Verdad que escuchamos esa frase y la hacemos nuestra, ejerciendo nuestras responsabilidades locales, sin dejar a nadie y a ningún lugar atrás? Y ayer María Fernanda Espinosa, hablando en general, hablando de la confianza, hablando de los temas que nos ocupaban de ayer, decía, lo importante es el cómo. Estamos hablando del cómo. Quiero decirles que me pareció una aseveración muy femenina, que nos importe el cómo, porque el cómo también es parte del qué. Y creo que a todos nosotros nos importa mucho cómo hacemos para no dejar a nadie ni a ningún lugar atrás. Y por eso es tan importante esta reunión, es tan importante nuestra red trabajando todo el año, intercambiando la apertura a otras redes, la apertura para profundizar en pensamiento y en acciones. Porque, y voy a cerrar con esta frase que no es mía, es de Artigas, nuestro héroe nacional del Uruguay, y Artigas hace más de 2 siglos nos dijo a los uruguayos que todavía no éramos un país, nada podemos esperar sino de nosotros mismos. Que es una frase que más que invitarnos a la soledad y al aislamiento, yo siento que nos invita a la acción colectiva. Así que con eso en nuestros corazones le doy la bienvenida a este panel y le deseo lo que es justicia, el éxito. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Presidenta. Estaba mirando a la sala mientras usted hablaba y veía la emoción en las caras de muchísimas personas que se ilusionaron mucho con la posibilidad de poder llamar presidenta, una mujer presidenta de nuestra red mundial. Es algo que es natural, pero ni lo es tanto, ni resulta fácil. Y por eso creo que hay que reconocerlo cada vez que podamos. Y con esa ilusión y con esa emoción, I'm going to welcome also very strong, powerful women that have been accompanying us through many of the processes that have been shaping the international agenda. This segment is entitled Towards the SDG Summit, Transformation Through Local Action. And the partners that we have online are true believers of localization, of local action, but also of its impact internationally. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce to you Maimouna Moudsharif, Executive Director of the United Nations Human Settlements Program of UN Habitat, our sister Maimouna. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, my sister Emilia. Dear UCLG President, Mayor Carolina Jose, Mayor of Montevideo, dear co-presidents, vice presidents, and treasurers, dear Sister Emilia, colleagues of the Secretariat and Regional Sections, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon from Bahrain. Thank you for inviting UN Habitat and myself to the annual meeting of the Global Task Force within the framework of the UCLG retreat. Let me first take a moment to share my condolences to the people of Turkey and Syria, and specifically with the families that have lost beloved ones under the devastating effect of the earthquake. Let me also call out the mayors and the local leaders who once again find themselves on the front lines and are working tirelessly to overcome yet another crisis. The earthquake is a brutal wake-up call, one of the many we have received just in the past couple of years. All these have a common echo. The way we plan, build, and manage our cities has a direct link with the safety and the resilience of our communities. Although COVID-19 and lockdown economies has passed, many of us, especially the city managers on the front line, are still dealing with the effect of weakened communities, inflation, and revenue challenges. In all the cities that I have visited in the past years, the narrative is the same. How do we build back better and greener? I agree with the president just now is we're talking about the how. The pressure on cities is greater than ever. Last year, the global population went past the 8 billion mark. We are fast losing the very biodiversity that is keeping us resilient and healthy. At the same time, natural disasters are piling up more pressure on our strained public amenities. This is because whether it is in Pakistan, in Mozambique, and most recently in Syria or Turkey, in times of crisis, people seek shelter, protection, and support in urban areas. As if natural disasters are not bad enough, man-made catastrophes are wreaking havoc in our cities. The fate of Ukraine city and human settlement ravaged by war and bombardments is creating urban crises not seen since World War II. As United Nations Secretary General said, strengthening multilateralism is the only way to address today's global challenges. As you know, as a former mayor, I am sure all of you agree with me. We have to be hopeful and optimistic. Local governments and all the people who work with us from the city are first responders. My small team operating in Turkey and Syria tells me that mayors and their staff are working day and night to provide support to grieving citizens. I recall the devastating floods in 2017 in my own city, Penang, Malaysia, when I was a mayor. So in times of crisis, no matter how tired and demoralized we feel personally, we must be the pillar of strength for our communities. I salute all UCLG mayors and colleagues for your inner strength, innovation, and dedication to stay and serve. Let me reassure you that we at UN Habitat are with you all the step, all the way. In 2022, with your support, we have a very good World Urban Forum in Katowice of Poland. It's good to be able to meet in person, to catch up with colleagues and to remember comrades who fell to COVID. It is also an opportunity to strengthen our cooperation in the areas of affordable housing, climate adaptation, urban crisis management, and to combine forces to localize the sustainable development goals. With your support, we were able to assist the completion of 200 voluntary local reviews from 43 countries. We are also revitalizing our work on national urban policies and making sure that the voices of local governments are heard at the General Assembly through the Local 2030 Coalition, as well as platforms such as last year, high-level meeting on the implementation of the new urban agenda. I firmly believe that only with strong cooperation between national, regional, and local governments can we be more equitable, resilient, and sustainable. I have carried this message in all my bilateral meetings with member states. I have demonstrated the positive impact of the use of resources when local governments are consulted at the World Economic Forum. Most importantly, we have provided a platform for mayors to speak at our intergovernmental meeting in the recent executive board, because your testimonies are powerful and represent positive action on the ground. I welcome and embrace the spirit of your recommendation of the pact for the future of humanity. 2023 is going to be hectic but very meaningful for this collective quest to bring mayors and communities as the main actors to help member states achieve sustainable development goals. This is the year to reap the seed that we have jointly planted, as the Sustainable Development Goal 11 and localization agenda will be at the center of the international debate. In June 5th to 9th, we have the second UN Habitat Assembly in Nairobi, where member states will be seized with issues close to our hearts. The theme of the assembly is a sustainable urban future through inclusive and effective multilateralism, achieving the SDGs in times of global crisis. SDG localization and multi-level governance form one of the 5 key topics of discussion under this broad theme. A draft of my special report on the theme of the assembly has already been shared with the UCLG Secretariat for review and input. I hope you will join us at the assembly, that you will have a fruitful global task force meeting in the run-up to the assembly. Please come with concrete and collective solutions. As I said, mayors and city managers are best placed to respond to crises with calm and pragmatic minds. We know the challenges, but we must come up with recommendations that can be adopted, implemented, and supported by all society. Dear colleagues, I call on the whole local and regional government constituency to mobilize as much as possible for the UN Habitat Assembly. Remember, this is the intergovernmental platform that legislates on matters related to sustainable urbanization, which are, of course, of vital interest to each and every one of you. I encourage you to engage with your national government in order to support the work of UN Habitat and to jointly place urbanization and localization high on the agendas of member states and international community. From the assembly, we will depend on all of you to support us at the July high-level political forum in New York. And the Secretary General will present a report on SDG 11, and UN Habitat is leading the development of SDG 11 progress report on behalf of the United Nations. A well-attended expert group meeting was held in Bilbao, and your constituency was invited to give input. I invite you to engage in the report process through the Global Task Force. High-level political forum is also see the organization of the local and regional government forum, as well as the second edition of the VLR and VSR days. We will also have COP28 in Dubai. But once again, the presidency has agreed to continue the inaugural meeting of Ministers of Housing and Planning to ensure policies on climate mitigation and adaptation leads to a just transition. This means that cities and communities with UCLG as a key player will be at the forefront of translating practice into positive action on the ground. The above mentioned event will lead us to a centerpiece moment of 2023, the SDG Summit, which will be held in New York in September. March is being prepared in view of the summit with the key moments such as the second meeting of the World Assembly of Local and Regional Government and of the Local and Regional Government Forum. The SDG Summit will define the way ahead for our collective action towards 2030. We have only 7 years to go. We must join hands and make sure our joint priorities are reflected in summit's outcomes. We also aim to do this through the Local 2030 Coalition, the UN system-wide platform that supports partnership between local actors and UN system entities to accelerate the achievement of SDG. Dear friend, with all this being said, there is only one thing left to do. We must get to work. The 2023 UCLG annual retreat has become the traditional moment for us to plan the year ahead. This retreat, more than others, is key to aligning our priorities and helping us to carve a common roadmap towards this key event. I'm always rejuvenated when I meet all of you, even though online. I think the saying that once a mayor is always a mayor, I think that is true. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of you, Madam President, and my dear friend Emilia for supporting me and UN Habitat to help member states ensure that no one and no place is left behind in the urbanizing war. The Habitat team attending the retreat in person in Barcelona will be working side by side with you to define the details of our joint work. Please count on our full support and rest assured you will always find an ally in UN Habitat. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Executive Director. I hope you could hear our applause and also the faces of Gino van Beging and Lucy Slacks when you announced that the ministerial meeting was confirmed. I think our colleagues from ICLEI as focal point for the LGMA will be thrilled and working hard to make that meeting during COP a success again and count with all our support. The Habitat Assembly is something that we feel particularly responsible for. It was many of us that worked toward that assembly, that wanted to ensure that urban issues and the discussions on local and regional governments would have a different space in the United Nations discussions. We are convinced that it is the Habitat Assembly where those discussions need to take place and start for the rest of the UN system. So we look forward to convening the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments there this year and to ensure bringing all the voices of our constituency. We will keep you posted on that and are truly grateful for your support. And now allow me to go to the United States Special Representative for City and State Diplomacy. And I want to read this title again. United States Special Representative for City and State Diplomacy. We are so thrilled, Nina, that you are that very representative. Congratulations. And Nina is also one of our own because she used to be a deputy mayor of Los Angeles. So she has been fighting the good fight with us and now has this unbelievable title that in fact confirms what we are all pleading for. So no pressure. Thank you very much for being with us. And the floor is yours, dear friend.
Thank you, Amelia, and esteemed colleagues, executive director. I'm really extremely honored to be here. I have always been a huge admirer of UCLG, your network of amazing mayors, your ambition, and your practical approach to global problem solving. You've always inspired me. I'm really happy to be here to share some more about my role and my team and what we're doing at the Department of State. I'll also preview the City Summit for the Americas, which is happening in Denver this April, because UCLG is working with us on that. I don't need to tell this audience really anything about what mayors do, and governors, that your role is to create better lives for your people, whether that's bike lanes or keeping citizens safe from extreme weather, viruses, violence, or making sure they have good jobs. We know, that in 2023, much of this important local work is connected to the rest of the globe, and that local and regional governments grapple with our biggest international challenges, from economic recovery and climate change, pandemic response, defending democracy. You are leading the way in developing and delivering innovative solutions and supporting your communities, sharing with one another. You are the ones measuring, digging, planting, educating, treating, saving, mobilizing your people. And I know that, and you know that, but not everyone in national government knows that. And this is part of the reason the State Department brought me in and created this new role. The State Department works on some of the same transnational issues, climate change, cybersecurity, pandemics, but from a different angle. So my team is here to connect the dots, to build the bridge, to ensure that local leaders, mayors, governors, county executives are getting the benefits of and also shaping our foreign policy. So we are committed to helping local leaders deliver for their constituents and at the same time encouraging them to join the global arena. Many local leaders in the United States are already doing that. They're meeting with diaspora groups, they are leading trade missions, signing declarations, sharing ideas, welcoming foreign dignitaries, students, tourists, and families. But as a whole, compared to many of their foreign counterparts around the world, American localities don't have the same capacity in terms of staff or budgets, importantly, for global engagement. So we are new, 4 months old only, and we're exploring ways that we might be able to help that capacity problem. But meanwhile, we're serving as a source of information for our local leaders about international trends or partners or specific questions they may have about an issue or a country. In general, as we engage with local leaders, we are trying to bring their priorities as well as any solutions they have to these shared transnational challenges back to the State Department to inform our priorities and how we work. And we are also proselytizing among our diplomat colleagues about the major role that local and regional governments play in global challenges. You all know very well how local leaders are solving these common problems like climate change. As the Secretary of State said at the US Conference of Mayors last month, and he was the first Secretary of State to ever address this annual meeting of US mayors, the local commitment to transition to a low carbon footprint not only helps residents in the form of lower air pollution and green jobs, but it also helps the work that we do as the United States on climate around the world. Because when we as a nation meet our own commitments, and that work is happening at the local level, the State Department negotiators have an easier time convincing other countries that are major emitters to commit to their fair share of greenhouse gas reduction. And that in turn means that these local constituents will face less extreme weather in the long run. So it's two sides of the same coin, and my team is here to draw that connection and to build that bridge. Similar, of course, to addressing COVID-19 and pandemics. And this is, I think, a hopeful note that at the State Department, we are currently, probably with many of your national governments, negotiating a global pandemic accord, which will help countries coordinate better to stop the spread of future disease. And that team, those negotiators, want to learn from local leaders about their experiences, the ones who struggled so mightily to save lives and handle all the ramifications of the pandemic in their communities. So that is, I think, a good example of this bridge that we're trying to build. We are also encouraging embassies, our US embassies around the world, to think about how they can partner with cities and states in furthering US foreign policy goals on many issues, again, especially on the climate crisis. We want our diplomats to consider that in advocating for climate change ambition, not all national leaders will be receptive. But even in those countries that are big emitters, that are slow to take up climate action, mayors and governors can be taking the lead, not only by implementing new solutions, but also connecting globally with other city and state leaders to prioritize the crisis. I don't need to tell this group that cities and states hold those levers for climate action. We've talked about it many times. I've talked about it with many of you many times, but in transportation, sanitation, water systems, waste management, power generation, sometimes ports and airports. But not all national leaders understand this. It just takes a short conversation to point it out, but they haven't necessarily thought about it before that conversation. But I think that this reality is more and more understood. So for example, the State Department announced a new program at COP27 called the Subnational Climate Action Leaders Exchange. It's called SCALE for short. And it's first of its kind for the State Department to support cities and states and regions in the development of net zero climate resilient targets and roadmaps. It will focus on methane to begin with and connect local leaders with tools and resources to continue to reduce methane emissions. In addition to climate, my team is prioritizing democracy. Empowering city and state leaders is critical for safeguarding democracy. We know that democracy starts at the local level. Mayors and governors are essential protectors of democratic values and practices. And we're taking the lead on this from European cities. Networks such as the Pact of Free Cities, which started in 2019, show how collectively cities can protect and promote democratic values. We worked with the Pact and many of you and other global groups to develop the Global Declaration on Mayors for Democracy. Many of you have signed this, and you know how it promises to defend democracy, fight corruption, protect human rights. And we're planning an event upcoming with mayors to highlight the values outlined in the declaration at the next Democracy Summit at the end of March. We have about 130 mayors who have signed on so far across the world. So if you haven't, please join us. I just got back from the Munich Security Conference, and there the focus was on Ukraine. And I joined a panel with Mayor Klitschko of Kyiv, among others, and we talked about how local government must have a strong role in a thriving democracy. And as the conversation about reconstruction in Kyiv begins, I think this is an important point to keep in mind. The next major event on my team's horizon is this Denver City Summit of the Americas happening in April. The Biden-Harris administration is working hard to increase U.S. engagement with city stakeholders like mayors and city planners in Latin America, the Caribbean, the most urbanized part of the world. And the City Summit will be a chance to convene these decision makers with each other and with their U.S. counterparts. This is the first time the State Department, as far as I know, has ever co-hosted a cities summit. So, and much of what we're doing with my team and with my role is the first time. But hopefully it'll not be the last time. And we're inviting city, state, municipal, and regional elected leaders from across the hemisphere to come together to discuss shared challenges and build new relationships. We're doing something else that's new. We brought in city networks like C40, ICLEI, and Change, as well as UCLG, to help build and curate the content with us, since we know networks are the ones who know best what mayors want to hear and how they want to hear it. So this will be a chance for us to advance regional cooperation and share best practices on digital empowerment, energy, climate, migration, finance, housing, infrastructure, sustainable development, and more. We will also be rolling out the Cities Forward initiative, which will match US cities with Latin America counterparts to help share knowledge on sustainability initiatives. So this gives you a taste of what we are working on. We are every day answering many, many emails from cities and states and from our State Department colleagues, connecting them and answering questions. But I haven't given you all of what we do. I thought, though, I should end there and we can have a conversation if there's time for that. So thank you so much for having me. I consider you my partners. Feel free to always reach out and help to steer us, again, as this is brand new. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this summary of how you are experiencing those first 4 months of this new role, what you think you can do, and for also transmitting something that, in fact, we were discussing with the principals of the Global Task Force this morning, how difficult it was to actually engage with national government officials and explain what we want to do, what we can mean for them as well. And I think that having roles like the one that you have now, but also helping us reach out to those same officials, will create a great precedent. And from our perspective as Global Task Force, as organized constituency, including all the networks, it will be wonderful to facilitate some of these meetings, not only at the US level, but making it a tradition for also other diplomats. And I'm looking at other persons in the room that work with the United Nations. I think we all think it is time now to have those conversations in a structural manner. So thank you very much. I will give the floor now for some feedback to you both. I know you are very busy, but I would like to give the opportunity to my colleagues, the Secretary General of ICLEI and the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Local Government Forum to provide some remarks, and then I will briefly open the floor. Do feel free after these remarks to leave if you need to, but we will be providing feedback to you. Gino.
Thank you very much, Emilia.
It's working. You don't need to do anything. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you very much, Mamouna and Nina. It is a pleasure to listen to you here from Barcelona. Mamouna, first of all, thank you very much for sharing with us the good news on an important element for the upcoming COP28, and to have indeed a continuation of the first inaugural ministerial meeting that is taking place within a COP meeting on climate change. That, I think, is really extraordinary. I would just like to, for our partners here, to recap very quickly why that is important, because likewise, as the Global Task Force and the various partners are working within the UN and United Nations framework, in particular with the headquarters at an overall UN level, to work towards having a better representation of local and regional governments in a dialogue and engagement with United Nations parties and members. This is also very important to have that in the same way in the sectorial United Nations agreements, to actually unlock the capacities of local and regional governments to help national governments to reach the targets that they are setting at international level. So the first ministerial that was convened of urban ministers, ministers for local development, which exist in many countries, together with ministers for environment, minister for responsible for climate change in their countries, I think is really the way forward. We see that the targets of Paris are not being reached and will not be reached unless we bring in the other actors such as local and regional governments. But more importantly, for a large part of the world, local and regional governments are not necessarily contributing to greenhouse gas emissions, but they are suffering from it. And for them, having action that caters towards adaptation, towards resilience, towards better infrastructure that also Mamouna referred to here a moment ago, that is what they need. And therefore, having those discussions coming into the overall discussions of what kind of targets are we going to get at, which are definitely the principles that we need to continue to have, but to understand and link also with the other sectors, I think is really important. And having that at a ministerial level in a COP28 event is really great. I would also like to thank UN Habitat for working towards that under the Egyptian presidency last year towards getting that ministerial. We have been very happy to help to facilitate that, and will continue to do so for COP28 as the LGMA focal point. But in addition to that, we also launched the SURGE initiative, which is Sustainable Urban Resilience for the Next Generation. And giving or looking at the events that have occurred in various countries, but in particular now in Turkey and in Syria, resilience for the next generation is absolutely necessary. And I think having that initiative that came forward from a COP presidency with Annex 1 countries and non-Annex 1 countries each time being appointed is, I think, yet another vehicle, I believe, for interaction engagement at UN level in a sectorial frame of, in this case, climate change between national government and international and local and regional government. So very, very looking forward to that. And towards Nina, congratulations. I think this is the very first US administration that is really looking towards cities and states and tries to engage and actually enhance that engagement. And I think it's definitely from cities and states in the US, and the ICLEI president is the mayor of Des Moines, a vice president also from the US Conference of Mayors, is extremely pleased with this action that has been taken, because cities and states in the US have been looking forward to having finally this kind of conversation and opportunity. So congratulations, and extremely happy to continue to work with you towards the preparations of the Denver City Summit.
Thank you very much, Gino. Maybe Lucy, some comments. CLGF has also national governments as part of the forum. Some thoughts on that new role for Nina?
Thanks, Amelia, and thanks to both of our speakers. I think it's really interesting how it picked up on what the mayor said right at the start of the session, because it is about doing things differently. And it's testimony, I think, to the recognition that if you do what you've always done, you get what you've always got. And I think, we know as local governments that we need to change the dial, we need to shift where we're going. And I think, we've seen a lot of reference in many international commitments to multi-level governance, but a lot less in terms of the realities of how that works on the ground. So I think it's really important that we see that change. And I would endorse absolutely what Gino just said, but I wanted to pick up on another thing that you said, Nina, which was the focus also of your work on local democracy. And I think as a community here, that's something which is, very close to our hearts. It's something which we're very keen to protect and to strengthen. And I think it goes a long way towards recognizing, in the global development agenda, the important role that local and regional governments play in terms of making sure that decisions meet the needs and the requirements of local communities, which after all is what we're all there to serve. So I think, yes, the multi-level governance, the engagement between different parts of government is hugely important and really going to be critical in terms of shifting things and helping us to make that kind of leap around accelerating achievement towards the SDGs, but not forgetting that crucial local democracy and engagement with our local communities and keeping those local communities very fully in mind when it comes to the global picture.
Thank you very much, Lucy. I would like to give the floor now to Pefi Kingi, Queen's Service Medal, Pacific Regional Focal Point for Migration. Pefi, welcome and thank you for being with us. We will open the floor again after Pefi's intervention. So if you still have things to say, please hold that thought, raise your hand, and we will give you the floor. Pefi, dear sister, welcome.
Tangaloa he wila kua la patata mai whasiao la tawahi mahata Chee-hoo-hoo-hoo!
We wish all we could do that.
Our sea of islands. We should not be defined by the smallness of our islands, but the greatness of our oceans. We are the sea. We are the ocean. Oceania is within us. We must wake up to this ancient truth and together use it to overturn all other views that aim ultimately to confine you spiritually, emotionally, psychologically. It is time to create things for ourselves, to create established standards of excellence that match those of our ancestors, by Epeliho Ofa, a wonderful scholar of the Pacific and also an uncle. May he rest in peace. Allow me to take you through just a little bit of an exercise of sorts. Raise your right hand if you have come across the word mnemonic or mnemonic and you actually utilize it in your delivery. 'Tis when you take the first letter of a word and you form words, and it helps children actually remember when they are swatting, if you like, for exams. So our mnemonic word is Pick'em. Say it to yourselves, Pick'em. P-I-C-C-M, Pick'em. That's right. But before we go Pick'em, turn to the person on your right and tell them, you've done really great today. Go on. On your right-hand side. Well done. Turn to the person on your left-hand side. Well done, well done. There's a lot of praise going on. Love it, love it. Turn to the person on your left-hand side and tell them, and you're going to do better tomorrow. Let's do a bit of Pick'em, everybody. Repeat after me in your mind. P is for Pacific. Got it? Second word, I is for Indigenous. I know, right? C is for climate. Got it? The next C, because there's two of them. C is for civil society. Oh my God, I love that group. Go on, say it. Yes, yes, yes. Last letter, M is for migration. Pick'em. That's why you're going to remember this very brief session. Thank you for allowing me 3 minutes. You know that we all rely on a bit of inspiration and a bit of support. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to help me to give a bit of support to these wonderful, amazing people who have worked on our behalf tirelessly. We have not noted it. Global Task Force of Local and Regional Governments. Good on you. And that includes ICLEI, it includes C40, it includes CLGF, and it includes Regions 4. Please raise your hands and tell them thank you. That's what we're wanting. We're wanting inspiration because along the spectrum, someone needs to pick you up. Someone needs to pick you up. And that's why this is such a good crew. This is a nice club to belong to. Welcome, one and all. P is for Pacific. That's the first, okay? You may or may not know this. So what I've done is I've just bullet pointed it because I've not taken it for granted that you are extremely intelligent. You will piece it together because that is the jigsaw puzzle that we all have to solve together. Hashtag, we're in this together. Hashtag, let's do it together. Hashtag, the power of we. Yes! I know, right? Anyway, the Pacific. It is the world's largest of oceans. It is the smallest of continents. And it has the smallest, if you like, land mass. Great big ocean. However, were you aware that it has 1,525 local government units? That is a lot. Are they here? No, but I am. And I know you won't forget it because you will be on our side to try and bring them in. This is about inclusivity, right? And so that comprises 547 of them in Australia, 78 of them in Aotearoa, New Zealand, 900 of them in the Pacific Islands proper. 1,525. That's a big number. Let's set some targets, everybody. And of that, you've got a population of about 41, 42 million, not many people, but it's a lot to us. You've got 15 countries, you've got 18 dependencies, and of course those dependencies depend on USA, France, Chile, and New Zealand. So here, for your collective reflection, everybody, make a note of it. How about hosting a Pacific dialogue, opening the doors so that Pacific key stakeholders will feel included, will be sitting at the table, will have a chat with you. Not a bad reach. And also remember that there was an invitation that was issued verbally by the Deputy Attorney General, Susanna Teapula of Hilo County, Hilo, Hawaii. Okay, let's move ahead. Our second of the mnemonics, what was it? That's right, you got it. The Indigenous. Now, do we have an Indigenous brief position paper and or other thereof? Perhaps not. So that is another to do. It's on the menu, right? Because let's just look at the Pacific. You've got 33 distinct Indigenous groups. However, 1,500 languages. That tells you there are 1,500 Indigenous unique groups who still have their own language. That's a lot of languages in one little small ocean or one large ocean. By the way, today is actually the Coalition of Language Rights Day, GLAD23 hashtag. So I would also like to take note and pay due respect to the month. It is the Black History Month. I would also like to pay due tribute to the decade. It is the International Indigenous Languages Decade. That's all Indigenous, folks. What we're talking about is stewardship versus ownership. We're talking about sovereignty. What does that actually look like? This is where you get unlayering. This is where it might get uncomfortable. But these conversations need to take place because what we are indeed talking about is Indigenous knowledges. It is about Indigenous technologies, skills. It is about the environment. It is about biological diversity. It is about food production. And at the moment, we really have food security problems. However, it is about the natural resources that we must take into account. Where is the Indigenous position in that? Where is the local government position in assisting that and or other? These conversations need to take place. Therefore, our collective reflection must indeed consider a town hall process to socialise this key stakeholder and its diverse key priorities. Let's carry on to the first of the two C's, our mnemonics, right? What was the first C? That's right, Thank you very much. And so indeed, climate. You know that it's under IOM, and you know that there's a network, and you know that the network comprises about 10 agencies, and they're all very powerful, they're all very helpful. They're just as powerful and helpful as you. But I know you can do just a little bit more. Where is our position statement? Does one exist in the several languages that you have adopted? And we are indeed talking about a global action steering committee that is active. So if you're wanting partnership, there indeed is a particular network that already is on the ground who could implement that pact for the future. They are a good partner. You want to have a chat with them. We're talking about the major group for children and youth, doing good stuff, needing support. Another possibility. We're talking about the migration, climate and displacement platform, already doing some good work. Possibilities. Let's explore it. There are people out there who are already doing the job, already doing the work. All you're needing to do, have a conversation, put it in ink and or other, have an understanding, count them, include them. That'll be plusage, that'll be added value. And so for our collective consideration, let's consider a global action committee, if you like, as a UCLG partner. And the other is that UCLG and the Global Task Force could have an action committee that opens doors for dialogue, further dialogue. We're needing to be a little bit more proactive than we are at present. And we can't just rely on others who are doing good things. We're needing to do our own good things. Let's carry on. What was the next C? I know you are so ahead of the class. I wish I had an award for you. Absolutely. And so civil society, do you have a position paper which actually includes, validates, legitimates that they are part? Oh, okay, good. What does that actually look like in terms of including those partners from all of the regions? Perhaps that's the next step. Maybe, because we're talking about the power of we, we're talking about engagement, collaboration, we're talking about cooperation, credibility, shared responsibility, syncing those synergies, we're talking about national, regional, global cohesion and coherence, value added, hashtag, everybody, the power of we. Oh, I'm sorry, I must be getting a little, okay. Hashtag, the power of we, that's it. Okay, last point, thank you for my third minute. I know. It's wonderful. So migration, ladies and gentlemen, that's a big deal, migration. And indeed, you know that the GMFD is coming up in 2014 and the confirmed chair is indeed France. Senegal, perhaps not. And there is some action there. We're needing to have you be part of the action. You are part of the work streams that are under the UNNM. Let those partners, those peoples, your people, talk to our people so they could collaborate on action at the table. That would be a good deal. And also, please consider that you are doing an amazing job. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for my 3 minutes of time. Kia tū tangaloa e mawhala. Blessings from this side of the room, from north to south, from east to west. May you travel safely home.
Thank you, Pefi. Pefi is unforgettable. Yes. Pefi is needed in any place we discuss, because as we were saying throughout the week, when we started the week, we were proposing in our discussions at UCLG a care revolution, an emotion revolution, to actually define policies that touches everybody's heart. And Pepi is here because she is helping us develop our positions on migration, but she actually represents everything that comes together in the different policy priorities that the Global Task Force is dealing with, from climate change to migration to inequality. We are truly, truly grateful. And from the many ideas that you have brought to the table, Pefi, I do think that we owe that briefing and that paper on indigenous perspectives for sure. So this is noted. And and we will keep working with you on all the other unforgettable things that you have brought to us. Thank you very, very much. So open floor, because the next speaker that we had will be a little bit delayed, but we are actually on time. Miracle. I did not expect this. So I guess we can give a couple of turns of if you have anything to add. I know it is very hard to take the floor after Pefi. I know that. It happens to me too. You know, we don't sing, it's difficult, her powerful words reach our hearts. Look, if there are no other questions, then on time, we will go to the next segment that is going to be facilitated. I know, we have a media moment, right? We want you to see the launch of the platform for high impact localization policies. So since we have time, I'm looking at the room director. She says it's a go. So let us wait patiently, and you can use your phones to read the QR. And I understand someone from the team will also run us quickly through the platform. I'll tell you what we are trying to do with this platform. We are trying to go to the United Nations Summit on the SDGs with more examples of the kind of actions that you all do and that from our perspective have high impact on localization. And it is in the screens behind us that we are starting to see the platform. Sorry, colleagues, it's a bit difficult to watch. But it's a very standard kind of online form, a place where you can choose what SDG you are acting for. You can build in the data there, and we will keep it as part of the package that we are presenting to our partners at the United Nations. I don't know, Albert, if you want to add anything at this moment. We want people to start looking at this, to take the QR, and to reflect in this platform the activities that you do. It is important because, as Nina was saying, as we were commenting this morning, we need to show what we do. We need to make people understand how impactful it is. So, Albert, a couple of comments maybe on the platform?
Hello? No? Yes. Thank you, Emilia. Yeah, perfect. So just a quick, two quick thoughts on the platform. The first is that I think in this room we all know what we're doing to accelerate localization, to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda. But the goal of this platform is to make noise around this, to make it important for the people outside this room, and to make it thinking on the SDG Summit, thinking on this strategy that today, as Global Task Force, as organized constituency, we are strategizing. So as Emilia was saying, the platform is linked to the SDGs, to the target of the SDGs, but also to the commitments of the Pact for the Future that was approved in Daejeon back in October in our World Congress. So if we can, colleagues, if we can scroll down a bit, we will see that besides the goals of the SDGs, we also have the commitments of the Pact. They are linked per axis, so we have people, we have planet, and we have government, and we will have the commitments of each of the axes. Because we committed in Daejeon the same way local and regional governments committed to the 2030 agenda. In Daejeon, we committed also to accelerate goals that are connected directly with the SDGs. And as we were, the other point that I wanted to remark, as we were seeing yesterday, this enables these entry points to accelerate the implementation of the Pact for the Future are also reflected in the platform. So the high impact localization policies that you are uploading in the platform are also reflected to these entry points.
Thank you, Albert. It is what we are open to do as UCLG, of course, is to also make this available for the whole of the Global Task Force. If there would be any other thing that your networks would like to add in terms of commitments or more specific issues that you would like to have registered, we would be happy to accommodate that. But the whole idea is that we have this as a joint package for the summit. So this is open and in the making. We are showing it to you first, so very happy to adapt as you suggest with your own necessities and commitments from the rest of the network. So thank you very much, team. And I have been told that the representative of Ireland to the United Nations is now online. This is important to us because, as you know, Ireland is the co-facilitator of the Summit for the Future. John Gilroy is with us. We are very, very grateful, John, that you join us today. Also for reaching out to us, for proposing to talk with us and to tackle the preparations of the summit, also with local governments in mind. Welcome to the Global Task Force annual meeting from New York in this case. Next time, we would like to have you here, but now we're very happy that you are with us remotely. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay. And I'm very sad that I'm not there in person today, but at the same time happy to be able to join your discussions. Just to introduce myself, as you say, John Gilroy is my name. I'm the lead on climate and sustainable development at the Permanent Mission of Ireland to the United Nations. I'll be leading Ambassador Mythen's team on the co-facilitation process that we're undertaking with Qatar between now and September on the outcome document for the September SDG Summit. My own background, I had worked as part of our facilitation team back in 2014 to 2015 here in New York when Ireland with Kenya co-facilitated the 2015 SDG and 2030 agenda outcomes. So since those days, I've had a very personal investment in the 2030 agenda, in the potential of the SDGs. And, I've been quite, I wouldn't say disappointed, but certainly concerned that the ambition and hope that existed in 2015 has dissipated somewhat. So the conversations we're having in New York now are coming at a critical time for the SDGs. The data that's out there suggests that they were largely off track before COVID, and they're certainly more off track now. At the same time as we face a number of interrelated crises in terms of cost of living, food, energy, and many other challenges globally. But the SDG Summit in September has the potential to recapture some of the lost momentum and send a very clear political statement of intent that the international community at all levels remains committed to achieving those goals that were adopted by consensus in 2015. There's still a practical pathway toward a better future, and something that we need to take seriously. Going back to that period around 2014 and 2015, and something I think that is at the root of the success of the SDG negotiations was the process's ability to engage a range of stakeholders. This wasn't just member states speaking to each other. There was really meaningful engagement with civil society and major groups, other stakeholders throughout the process, both in New York and at the grassroots level. And I think that in many ways increased the pressure on member states to reach agreement. They felt that the world was watching and that a strong and positive outcome was needed. And we would like to recreate that pressure, I suppose, on member states in our negotiations on the political declaration that'll be taking place in the months ahead. Another key element of stakeholder engagement will be to address the data gaps and to bring evidence in support of SDG implementation and make sure that we focus on the right areas and in the right sequence. And I think that civil society has a really important role to play in that regard. That, there's a general lament that the SDGs are off track, but we can't get bogged down in that pessimism, that we need to be able to understand what isn't working and what is working, what can be replicated, what can have the biggest impact. And so the harvesting of data globally will be a really important element for the co-facilitators and for member states in our deliberations. We, a few weeks back, got the draft version of the Global Sustainable Development Report. It painted quite a stark picture of the state of SDG progress since 2019, but it also then paints a more positive route towards achieving the SDGs in various scenarios. So we need to keep a balance in our minds here in New York and globally on the need to understand the reality, the difficult reality that we're existing in, but that there is hope for progress. I might just say, and I'm very happy to take any questions, but just to say a few words on the negotiation process here in New York and how that's going to play out. We had our first informal consultations back at the beginning of this month, very introductory in nature. We got general comments from a number of member states, from regional groups, and we gave the floor to representatives of the major groups and stakeholders. It was also possible to webcast on UN TV our consultations, and that's something that we will hope to continue over the coming months. We'll be meeting again in March. We have another meeting scheduled in April, and then as we get into May and June, in advance of the July ECOSOC HLPF, our negotiations will become more intense. The hope would be that we will be able to largely have reached agreement or consensus on the political declaration in advance of the July HLPF, but then make sure we have some facility to be able to take into account the deliberations of ministers and many other stakeholders in New York in July into the final document. The next immediate step for us will be to circulate an elements paper, which we plan to issue in the coming days by the end of February at the latest. This will just be a kind of a broad overview without making specific recommendations of what the declaration will look like. We aim for it to be concise, action-oriented, not falling into the trap of traditional kind of UN resolution type language that is very impenetrable and doesn't mean too much to people outside the UN bubble. We'll probably break it into broadly three sections, a restatement of the overall commitment to the 2030 agenda, an assessment of the world today, where progress has been made, but where gaps and challenges and obstacles remain, and then an unpacking of specific commitments that member states and others are making to implement the 2030 agenda. We will hope to have an open meeting with major groups and other stakeholders and the co-facilitators, likely in early March before our next informal consultations, and that can allow for stakeholders to give some feedback on the elements paper and more general points. And the co-facilitators have been invited by the President of the General Assembly to participate in the PGA's town hall, which I think is scheduled for the 20th of April, which is another important moment in terms of broad stakeholder engagement for this process. The other thing we're grappling with a little bit is just the organization or format of the summit itself. As many of you will be aware, this is an unusually busy period at the United Nations in the context of sustainable development. We have the financing for development dialogues taking place in September. We have 3 summits in relation to global health, so the Universal Healthcare Summit, the Pandemic Preparedness Summit, and a summit on tuberculosis. There's also, in high-level week in September, a Secretary General's climate summit to take place, and a number of other events as well, including the ministerial meeting of the Summit of the Future process. But thankfully, in our outreach and engagement so far, I think there's a really strong determination that the UN doesn't get distracted from the main event, the main order of business this year, which is trying to get the SDGs back on track. There's a lot of determination and understanding, I think, that this is a key inflection point for the agenda and something that the UN needs to get right. So we're hoping to be able to use that determination and engagement to come up with an ambitious but very, very necessary statement of commitment in a political declaration in September. That's a very quick whistle stop of where we're at. I hope that was of use and fitted the purpose for your discussion today, but very happy to take any specific questions or provide any further clarification if helpful. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, John. Seldom are we briefed so directly, so openly about how the process is, and so frankly as well about what the challenges ahead are, but also how you want to tackle some of these challenges. I think what you have before you, I hope you see the packed room, around 250 people, maybe even more, local and regional governments from around the world and their organizations are very ready to actually support this approach of participation of stakeholders to increase the ownership and the pressure for the negotiations actually to lead to something that actually makes a difference. From the perspective of our constituency, we are very hopeful that we will be able to continue our commitments towards the SDGs, and we consider them a very good framework for transformation and action. So I hope you recognize us as allies. And I guess on behalf of the full room, I would say we would really welcome a specific consultations with local and regional governments, because we think that local service provision is critical for the achievement of the SDGs. This is also why we are proposing to convene a World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments in September, bringing not only the voices but also the experiences of local and regional governments to the summit, and we will be discussing further this afternoon how we can do that. But if we can continue this candid conversation with you and the co-facilitator of Qatar, if we can see each other also with our delegation that will be attending the water conference to explore further details on how we could organize ourselves around this, I think we can truly make a difference. I'm very, very grateful for this briefing. Allow me to look at the room and see if there is any specific question that we would like to pose to the representative of Ireland that has so kindly agreed to facilitate this briefing to us. Any specific question? No? John, you did a great job. Everything is extremely clear. Thank you very much for joining us. You are welcome to stay, but I know you must be busy right now.
No, well, thank you very much. And if you think it was rare that you got such a frank briefing, it means I probably said too much. But we try to be as transparent and open as possible here at the Irish Mission. And this, we want to take that approach into these negotiations. So we're very happy to stay in touch on the team, or with your team on engagements in the months ahead. I'm aware of the various kind of convening points in your schedule, and we'll try and make sure that you have the opportunity to engage with the co-facilitators and others in the coming months. So it was a real pleasure to have the opportunity to speak to you all today. Good luck with your ongoing discussions, and apologies for being late, but I had a bilateral with the ambassador and a very influential member state here at the UN, specifically on the SDGs, which went quite well actually, but I won't give you details on that one. So thank you very much, and good luck.
The very best of luck with the preparations. Thank you very much, John. Thank you again. So allow me now to give the floor to Natalia Uribe, to facilitate the next segment on the preparation of our report on SDG 11. Natalia, we are all yours.
Thank you, Emilia. Good afternoon, everybody. I feel a bit I'm giving my back to all this half of the room. Yeah? Maybe? Can we swap? Yeah, of course. Great. Thank you so much. We can. Okay. So, buenas tardes, buen après-midi. It's great to see you all again. So, yes, we now have some time to together think, reflect, and put the pieces together of the joint roadmap for this year's HLPF and SDG Summit. So we are in the countdown towards 2030. We are in a critical decade of action in which every year counts. And of course, this year is special as well because of the SDG 11 being reviewed and also the midterm review and the SDG Summit. So also the SDG 11 will take place alongside, the review will take place alongside other SDGs that are very critical for our constituency, such as SDG 6 on clean water and sanitation, SDG 7 on affordable and clean energy, 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure, and 17 partnership for the goals. So all of these, of course, are as well very important. So it is really an opportunity, unprecedented opportunity, to increase the participation of local and regional governments in the achievement of the UN agenda, and also, I think, to use this momentum to further engage society as a whole around the agenda. We talked this morning about the importance of media, right? Like bringing media on board, civil society, youth, searching allies, using this momentum to really build alliances that can also speak about the importance of localization of the agenda. So what's important is that during the year that we use all the different milestones and the advocacy milestones as opportunities to contribute towards the SDG Summit, to make clear that local and regional governments are committed and are frontline actors and really committed to the transformational change that this agenda means. It's not only a technical agenda, as we know, it's an agenda of transformation, so bottom up, inside out, and engaging different stakeholders. So to leave no one and no place behind. So this session is a moment to also share some of the important pieces moving towards HLPF and SDG Summit that can help us and guide us in this definition of the joint roadmap. And we are very lucky to have some partners today with us in person that are going to help us in this sense. So let's begin by we have Nayara Costa, which is Senior Sustainable Development Officer at the Outreach and Partnerships Branch from UNDESA. Yes, if you want to, join us up here, that would be great. So the 2023, the HLPF this year, 10 to 19 July, under the theme Accelerating the Recovery from the COVID and the Full Implementation of the 2030 Agenda. And the UN is also viewing, we know, the HLPF this year as a preparatory meeting leading to the SDG Summit, in turn feeding to the Summit of the Future in 2024. So Nayara, from the July HLPF to the SDG Summit and beyond, how can we make sure that localization is at the top of the international agenda?
Thank you so very much, Natalia, and good afternoon, everyone. First, let me just say how grateful I am to have this opportunity to be with the local and regional governments community. I used to be on the civil society side during the post-2015 process, and I always admired the mobilization of local and regional governments and how well-organized and effective you were during that process. Also, you got an SDG, and so, you know, you did, you know. And I really saw this process, and when I joined UNDESA 5 years ago, working with the local regional governments forum was my first portfolio and process and project that I received. So it's really a pleasure to be here with the community and the constituency. So I want to perhaps address 3 points. One is some of the key substantive inputs that will be brought to in the lead up to the summit. Also, a little bit on the intergovernmental negotiations that we just heard from John, and then a bit on the political moments that we have and that we as DESA will be working with you. On the substantive inputs, we heard about the Global Sustainable Development Report. This is a report that is prepared by a group of independent scientists, and this is expected to be one of the main sources of evidence to support the negotiations for the political declaration. A draft will be available in March because member states wanted to have this draft really during the process of negotiations. And we are working with the GTF to have a dedicated briefing with the scientists for local and regional governments when this draft is available. So you can have an opportunity to discuss with them and to see how their recommendations and their perspectives resonate or not with your views and your perspectives. But we have seen also from John that there is a high level of expectations from member states on the content of that report. Also, every year, the Secretary General, he releases a report on a SDG progress report, and this year it will be a special edition. So UN Habitat ED, she just mentioned that how Habitat is supporting the SDG 11, so that will be another interesting or a substantive part of the puzzle that will support member states in preparing for the SDG Summit. On the intergovernmental process, I just wanted to highlight one thing and how important it was in 19 to have, there was a whole paragraph about localization and a whole paragraph recognizing the role of local and regional governments as in the implementation of the SDG Summit. On the UN side, it really opened a lot of doors and a lot of opportunities for us to strengthen our collaboration with you. So I'm really curious to see what will you be bringing to member states and what type of advocacy you'll be making for the political declaration this year. We have seen how after 19, the recognition of voluntary local reviews, the subnational reviews as well, this really increased. And also the reference to local governments' localization in voluntary national reviews, it was really escalated. And this is quite important. So moving forward on the key moments, and Natalia has just mentioned how the July HLPF will be this key moment in the lead up to the summit. We are expecting that September in New York will be really, really busy. We'll soon hear from Aissata also on the plans that the mayor has for the local governments in New York. But in July, this will be the review of SDG 11. And I have to remember that the first local and regional governments forum was held in 2018, also when SDG 11 was reviewed by the first time. So this is a very good opportunity for us to take a review of what changed from there since 2018. In 2019, the Local and Regional Governments Forum was held as a special event in parallel to the SDG Summit. And we are working very hard to try to have a similar space during the SDG Summit, and we will be counting on your support and pressure and energy, enthusiasm, yes. And then it was interesting to see that when we moved to 2020, 2021, we had the Local and Regional Governments Forum in a virtual setting, but the recognition of the role of local and regional governments in the provision of services, it was when it was so evident and so clear, and how important it is and how critical the role of local and regional governments was. So this was the third and fourth forum. And last year, in 2022, we were back to the UN, and it was very good to see the local and regional governments there, and back at the podium also and at the UN, and we will be having this space again. The question is, how are we going to frame the July Local and Regional Governments Forum? This is framed mainly by the Global Task Force with the support of DESA, of UN Habitat, of Local 2030, of UNDP. I think that will be a critical moment. That's a moment when we also reflect on the format we have been undertaking. Being here those 2 days, I have been thinking, is there any ways we could change a little bit? What can we add? Can we add more of the partners, more of the other stakeholders? Can we bring more member states to listen to the discussions that we will be having at that space? So that will be ahead of us, and I'll be really looking forward to hear your views on how we can really frame that moment and that space in July in a very strategic sense towards the SDG Summit. So I think I'll be stopping here and happy to facilitate or help with any question, but thank you so much again for having me.
Thanks so much. Wonderful. Thanks so much, Nayara, for this very clear information. So yes, we will be looking forward to the Global Sustainable Development Report, looking forward to that draft in March. Also the SDG Progress Report, special edition. Very interesting the way that you mentioned that recognition of localization in 2019 really opened the door, so we really will be working to advance in that direction. Regarding the political declaration. And then, of course, you can count on us for the enthusiastic cooperation for the Local and Regional Governments Forum, including to think, as you say, of formats that may be more impactful. So thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. And now we are moving to the next speaker, Aissata Camara, Deputy Commissioner for International Relations of the City of New York. To also share with us more about the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments. What are the plans for this year and how this can also be a moment to contribute, to pave the way towards HLPF and make a sound contribution for the SDG Summit. So you can speak from where you are. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, once again. And on behalf of all of us from New York City, my colleague Christy Senville, who's with me and handles our youth work, as well as the work that we do on the SDGs, and our entire administration, we're really happy to be in this room. And And we want to be able to start by thanking UCLG, Amelia, and everyone that has worked tirelessly to make today possible and make this past few days possible. As a city, we serve a dual purpose. We are the host to the United Nations, but we're also a city in our own rights. And the key message that we want to share here is that New York City, we're back. We have gone through our pandemic, we've gone through a mayoral transition, but the commitment to global, the commitment to the UN, the commitment to the SDGs remain. And we are really happy to have seen key colleagues here, including Chris from New York, UN Habitat, the ED of UN Habitat that I had the pleasure of meeting when I was recently in Abu Dhabi, to talk about how is New York City going to continue to lead. There are key areas that we're going to really try and get into. I was in Ahmedabad with a lot of our colleagues from other cities, thinking about how do we actually ensure that the communique is in action communique. So the first thing that we as New York City are interested in is action. So at the Urban 20, we're going to continue to push for that. We want to continue to push for inclusion of migrants. We want to continue to push for the inclusion of local voices. As we head into the UN Water Conference, we will have a very strong presence there. We are going to be hosting key events. One event focused on gender and water and the intersection there. We're also going to be doing a whole of government event with the US federal government to think about how do we talk about water as a local government, but also as a federal government. Moving into that, we then are going to put our sights onto the General Assembly, and there we are going to be working with amazing colleagues, including UCLG, to host a mayoral summit. Mayor Eric Adams strongly believes in mayors being able to talk to one another, and so we will be supporting him in bringing all the mayors that will be in New York together to talk about how do we reimagine our cities and how do we work together for a better future. The message is clear here. In New York City, we still believe in cities. We still believe in the fact that we have a space that we need to take, and we're ready to be able to add our voice, to add our capacity, and to add our influence as host city to the United Nations to ensure that our voices are not only heard, but that our voices are acted on. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Great to... Yeah, we're very pleased to hear about that, and we also note this Mayor's Summit as an important moment of also reimagining and working together with other cities that will take place in New York. And also thanks for flagging the UN Water Conference as an important moment that will be an opportunity for us to work together next March. And we know that the Global Task Force is engaged in a number of sessions and mobilizing also the local and regional governments there. As of course, it's not only about SDG 6, but how water is transversal and really instrumental for the achievement of the other SDGs. So thanks a lot for that. Moving to the next speaker, which is with who is joining us online. We are counting with Puvedra Akia from the Technical Secretariat at Tequini, because there has been, we've talked about how there will be an in-depth review of SDG 11, and there has been an expert group meeting on SDG 11 earlier this month in February. And the objective of this meeting was really to take stock of the progress and also what has changed since the last review in 2018, including in relation to the COVID pandemic, to consider interlinkages with other SDGs, success stories, challenges, and also issues to be addressed, particular areas of concern, right? And this meeting, this expert group meeting, is meant to inform the HLPF and planning of its sessions. So we look forward to hearing from you what is the feedback, what are some of the main outcomes, and how we can use that in moving forward towards the HLPF. Thank you so much.
Hi, Natalia. Thank you so much. Please just give me an indication that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Brilliant. Thank you for covering the objectives, and just an apology that I can't actually be with you in person, but at least I'm being able to be in contact with you guys through the virtual platform. The objective of the expert group meeting was really to seek inputs from various partners, stakeholders around the drafting of the SDG report that will be tabled before the HLPF itself. It's a report in typical format where it's a zero draft at the moment. Chapter 1 really looks at the status quo of what we call the shared urban future or the brighter urban future for cities. Chapter 2 really goes into the global progress towards achieving the actual global targets itself. So it's really the progress report around SDG 11. Chapter 3 starts to look at more towards how do we accelerate the progress towards inclusive, safe, sustainable, resilient cities and human settlements. And then Chapter 4 looks at what are some of the key enablers. So effectively, status quo, progress report, what are some of the mechanisms that we should be looking at to improve, but what are the key enablers itself. So from a UCLG and a local government perspective, what are the key areas of input towards the report itself? And I'll cover the content later. But towards the report, what are some of the inputs that we've made so far? Is one, we've started to highlight what are the key global and, sort of high-level strategic messages that we want to get into each of the chapters. So from a status quo, from a reporting perspective, from an implementation perspective around SDGs, what are some of those key global advocacy messages that we want to do? Also, providing evidence to support that message. And I think, using our groundswell resources that we have within UCLG and using that to actually actively influence the report on SDG 11 was one of the huge outcomes of the session itself. Provide feedback into the structure, the flow of information, how that is actually captured within the high-level report itself. But in saying so, we also needed to be quite aware that there are bottlenecks and what are some of the barriers to the progress of localization of the SDGs. I think these need to come through strongly as well so that the message can actually get out to national and subnational governments as well. We also identified case studies and good practices of local and regional governments, but also highlighting innovations around actions with regards to how we localize SDGs itself. From a timeline perspective, Nayara, I think, covered the issues around timelines, but the peg in the ground is obviously we've got the zero draft. We're working towards a more consolidated draft outside of the expert group meeting. There would also be a submission of that draft to the UN Habitat Assembly in the 5th to the 9th of June, but the final submission obviously would be at the HLPF intent to the 14th of July itself. So what are some of the key messages and inputs that we provided to the expert group meeting itself? Is obviously our advocacy around decentralized local governments together with human and financial resources, the interlinkages and the interdependence of the SDGs, and cities are the best position to actually deliver on the targets. However, we do need active support from all spheres of government and all stakeholders as well. Financing emerged as one of the key issues, and also obviously we're advocating for the review of fiscal policy funding mechanisms at a national and subnational level, but also from a donor agency and a UN agency perspective as well, which will allow for free flow of financial resources to cities. UCLG, as I said, had resources around documenting good practices, whether it's VLRs, human settlements, public space, culture, urban safety, resilient, etc. We wanted to use those examples to provide further input around SDG localization itself. We were also advocating for effective and efficient planning systems across all spheres of government. The other key message that we wanted to put forward is that national and subnational governments need to support and invest in credible city-level data collection processes. Cities alone cannot actually achieve this. And one of the biggest challenges that we've had in collating data at a city level around SDG 11 was the issue of credible city-level data. So how does national and subnational actually support that process itself? We also need to review multi-level governance planning mechanisms, but also look at co-creation and co-ownership of long, medium, and short-term planning processes with a view of coordinating public sector expenditure. Further to that, monitoring, evaluation, and implementation as well. We also stress the importance of a credible public participation process. And I think our previous speaker, Pefi, actually spoke about public participation, but it's really about active engagement. But those active engagements building social capital within SDGs 11 itself. And it's about improving and enhancing the visibility as well as the voices of cities at the HLPF. It's about giving local government a voice at the reporting session itself. So, colleagues, these were some of the highlights of the expert group meeting, and the messages to the UN agents were very clear. Is one, listen to cities because we've got a good story to tell. Create more opportunities for cities in the HLPF level process. Multi-level governance is key to achieving the SDGs, and cities are catalysts to sustainable development itself, whilst the dependence of each of the SDGs. Resourcing is critical both from a human and financial perspective, but now more than ever, peer-to-peer learning as well as mentoring becomes an asset to fast-track local government capacity building itself. Natalia, I'll just leave you with those key messages and gladly take any questions, comments, or even responses as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for joining us. Yeah, a lot of elements there. Yeah, so very interesting on these strategic messages, looking at decentralization, including finance, and the interlinkages across the SDGs and how subnational governments are better placed to address those interlinkages, but the need for enabling environment and support, including finance, fiscal policies, and so on. Interesting that you've already worked on the case studies and innovations, and hopefully all of this will help us in our mobilizing and amplifying what we do and showing how we are able to do things, showing as example of ambition and leadership and concrete delivery. And you also mentioned the importance of data collection and co-ownership and engagement, because of course we are governments, but we represent an ecosystem of actors, right? From academia, civil society, businesses. So how can we really make sure that the agenda is something that is shared? So thanks so much for that. Because I'm so impressed that everything is on time this afternoon. I don't want to break that path, but maybe if we want to have a moment to open to see if there are any other interventions coming from the, from the floor.
Yes,
and Emilia.
I think it's a great idea to open the floor, but before we do that, I just wanted to give a couple of more concrete information on our preparation, because we have advanced some steps. And I wanted to share with you, of course, the perspective that Puben has shared with us is regarding the report that is going to be produced under the monitoring of UN Habitat, and this is what the expert group was about. But as you know, we always produce an annual report as well, the localization report. You have in your tables the QR of the survey that you need to fill up. On the one hand, you have the localization platform. In the other side, you have the survey. It is based on that survey that we produce our localization report every year that we bring to the high-level political forum. And this year, because it is SDG 11 and such an important and meaningful SDG to us, we wanted to share with you. We will be sending to you all this information, but we want to ensure that it is a truly participatory process, And we want to think with you about the things that we want to address in this report. What we are proposing is to go through 5 axes, let's say, of SDG 11, which are very critical to us. Of course, housing and basic services. And the idea is that the whole report shows the important connection between SDG 11 and the rest of the SDGs, right? So truly as an enabler. So we will have a paper on housing and basic services. We will have one on urban planning with a feminist perspective and accessibility, yes, to go towards a forward-looking type of proposal. Then we have a paper on climate actions and resilience. There will be one on culture. And the 5th paper would be on multi-level governance, national urban policies, and finance. And so obviously there are very natural partners from the Global Task Force to address these issues. You will be getting the outlines, provide inputs. Everybody can contribute to everything, but obviously it is very natural for us to work with some of the specialized networks. I mean, multi-level governance, we certainly need to look at also with the regional networks. Climate, obviously, with our LGMA focal point. It is aiming to be a collective exercise. So I wanted to share with you that, that this is in preparations, that we are working with UCL on this. And that we will be convening meetings with you, with your teams, with colleagues, to ensure that inputs are provided. But a very, very critical part of that report is always the concrete cases. And we need your information, we need your inputs. If we want it to be truly representative, so we will be following up on that. I wanted to leave this information. My colleagues from the research team are available. Ainara Fernandez, Ana Calvete, and Cecile Roth can follow up. But any of the colleagues that you usually contact at the Global Task Force Facilitating Secretariat are available. And last thing, sorry to take the floor for so long, but I wanted to make sure, Aissata, she has been so humbled, when presenting what we are trying to do. What we are proposing is to have 2 local and regional governments forum that we are going to be giving shape, one in July and one in September. Of course, the one in July, very important, SDG 11 and preparations for the summit, but one during the summit. And at that occasion, we would convene the Global Task Force, the World Assembly of Local and Regional Governments. The Global Task Force would convene that, and we would link it up with the mayoral forum. So it's a co-convening, which I think can be extremely powerful. And of course, we are aiming to do part of this within the United Nations, and there may be parts of this that might be outside of the United Nations. But given the high level of attendance that we expect, we hope it to be very meaningful. So we are counting on all of you to contribute to this. Thank you.
Great, thanks so much, Emilia. Yes, great reminder for us all, and we have it here in the 3 languages. So yes, let's make sure we can all contribute and make a really powerful report for this very important year. I think Gina had a question or a follow-up comment. Yes.
Thank you very much. Emilia, just a question, and I don't want to put you on the spot. Well, you are on the spotlight. But just a question around this is a real frank and honest question, around the preparations for these kind of things like an SDG summit, which is essentially, like the SDGs as well, the entire process was essentially led by nations and UN agencies. We, as local and regional government networks, have of course contributed. I'm still extremely proud that we have a cross-cutting one SDG 11. For sure, this is a major achievement. But honestly speaking, I mean, what is your feeling? Actually, 2 questions. what is your feeling around the implementation of the SDGs on the ground? So at the 100,000 plus local and regional governments on this planet, on the basis of the assessments that your organization has been leading on over the last 5 years, 7 years, what is your sentiment? Or just like that, just, you know, like a feeling, that's one thing. Are we really, do you have a sense that these SDGs have come down on the ground throughout the planet? That's perhaps the first question. And then when it comes to what are we actually trying to achieve, we as local and regional governments, beyond showcasing what we have achieved or what we have perhaps not achieved at such an SDG summit, what is it that we really want to get at? Is it that we want to engage through this with the nations, and therefore what we discussed this morning, our representation and engagement dialogue to enhance that? Is that our major direction? Is it just showcasing and providing proof of implementation and action? Is it rather to impress the United Nations agencies and headquarters and the UNSG? So just, I mean, and this is what I'm saying, it's an honest question.
Because we are alone and nobody hears us, I'm going to give you a very honest answer.
Yeah. So, but if you can just share your own.
No. I mean, and I'm actually very happy that this is the kind of conversation we are having. And allow me to start with the second question. Is it something that we do so that we can impress? No. What is our aim? To put local service provision at the heart of the agenda of the international community, to have different financing and different competencies to deliver basic services for all.
All right, but if that's the case,
because if we don't have, because we need that to work towards sustainability, towards justice, towards universal development, which in our view, I think in all our views, is the one single universal agenda that Agenda 2030 represents.
And do we have someone in particular then therefore to engage with? If you say it is to put local provision of services at the heart of the United Nations work, I mean, do we have a counterpart, or do we have many counterparts?
I could ask you the same question. I mean, we could be asking ourselves the same question, because I don't consider you are asking me, Emilia, but you are asking us. You are raising this question for all of us.
It's a bit of a debate.
Exactly, but we could be asking ourselves the same kind of question concerning COP. Do we have someone that we can talk to? Are we talking to someone? Yeah, we are talking to everyone. Do we have the direct line of influence that we feel we deserve to have? No, we don't have it yet. And this is why we need to create these entry points to ensure that we can actually showcase. Now, you were asking also a very interesting question at the first one. What is your feeling on how we progress and what is it? There are two answers to this question. What is your general feeling? Well, the general feeling is a bit of a dismay, but dismay towards the international community, not so much towards our constituency, because the international community is not giving this agenda the right level of importance. And I feel dismay also, because there are other agendas that seem to be either or, you know? So if you address the consequences of the war, you don't work on the SDGs. And to me, this is a false dichotomy that we need to get rid of. So I've got a little bit of dismay from this perspective. On the other hand, I think that our constituency is starting to realize that they are not implementing the global goals in the ground, that actually they were doing that before. And they are starting to realize and to articulate that, look, this is our agenda, and we need to finance our agenda. It is our agenda, and the international community needs to understand that the development agenda, the universal development agenda, not the global south versus global north, east, west, the universal agenda for sustainability is one single, and it is actually in the hands of this sphere of government. This is the message that we come to give. Do we have someone to talk to? Well, look, probably not who we should, but the fact that we have so many representatives of UN agencies today in the room, the fact that the representative of Ireland is willing to connect with us, to brief us specifically on this, and the fact that so many representatives of civil society are with us in this room today because they want to influence what we have to say, is a good start of an answer, I would say. Now, how would I like the high-level political forum to look like in the future? Mm-hmm. Because this is what I'm aiming at, transforming what the high-level political forum is, transforming how we monitor this. I would like the high-level political forum not to be about voluntary national reviews. I would like it to be about voluntary subnational reviews in the presence of national governments. That's how I would like to see the future. But have we progressed? Yes, we have progressed.
I agree.
And just a last comment. If you talk to the colleagues that we have working on the voluntary local reviews, but also working on voluntary subnational reviews. You know, we do voluntary subnational reviews. They are country-wide exercises. And we do many, and you are sending me how many we do? Yes, that is good. And we see a very, very clear increase on the amount of references that we get to local and regional governments since we started with this exercise. And my team can actually tell you this, but they are saying that there are national coordination mechanisms in 34% of the countries now, and there were 28% in the period 2016-2021. And progress has been observed particularly in Africa with an increase to 29% and in Europe to 63%, while there are setbacks in Latin America. We have much more information on this that you can access through the publications that we do every year for the high-level political forum. So thank you for the question, and sorry for my passionate answer. But I do think someday we will be in the United Nations reporting on voluntary subnational progress.
Mm. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, applause, applause. Great, yes, really interesting. Not only a matter of impressing, but also of claiming the unique role, right? And not only as a question of having the competences and being in the front lines and having the ability to engage more directly with the stakeholders in the territories, but also showing that we want, that we can, and that we are already doing it. Now, are we doing it at the pace we need, and are we doing it at the depth we need? I think it would be really interesting this year, looking at all the reports that we will be preparing, to have a closer look at that and to really help us guide looking forward a bit beyond. So I think we had a question over there. Yes, please. So back over to you.
I'm going to use this. So the question of whether we're trying to impress is an interesting one. So I think you were maybe starting some good trouble, but you might have found it. I do want to take the opportunity to really acknowledge the UN colleagues that we have in this room, and to acknowledge folks like Chris and UNDESA for having been at the forefront of allowing local governments' voices to be in the room, but not only allowing it, but facilitating the process. Again, I stated that New York City, we're both a city, but we're also the host to the UN. And I will say that throughout my entire career, under this Secretary General and under the colleagues that have been in this room and that are in New York City, we have seen better engagements, of local government, and we have seen opportunities for us to create mechanisms such as the voluntary local review, and for it to be taken up by the UN, for it to be included in major reports at the United Nations. So I think far from trying to impress, we're showing our leadership, and we're showing that the only way that our world is going to survive is if we answer and listen to the voices of cities. When it comes to these high-level meetings and the opportunity for local engagement, we have always tried to create moments where other mayors, governors have their voices listened to. And it's very symbolic that I am sitting in this room along with my colleague, Christy. We've worked with UCLG for many, many years, but we've never attended a retreat. My being here after having traveled 2 weeks, being tired and still staying here and engaging is a testament to the power of UCLG and to the power of people like Amelia in being able to create that collaboration. So if we're trying to impress, I will say no, but what UCLG has is the ability to be able to influence, and now New York City, we're adding our influence to that table. So if you thought that we were accelerating progress, you're going to see us go even further together because we're speaking the same language and we have the same vision. So I wanted to add that to the discussion. Thank you.
Yes. Thanks so much. We have one question here, another one there, and then I'm afraid we're going to have to wrap up this session, but there will be more opportunities to contribute in the next one. Yes, please.
Bueno, gracias. I'm going to speak in Spanish. And quiero contestar de alguna manera a las preguntas de Gino, pero también a lo que... pero porque me parecieron muy interesantes, pero también a esto que venimos debatiendo acá, ¿no? Yo creo que hay progresos, que tenemos progresos muy significativos, que acá hay realmente, como acaba de decir la colega de Nueva York, un poder muy potente y unos territorios que tienen la capacidad de realmente avanzar en la transformación. Sin embargo, tenemos que profundizar esto, si realmente queremos aportar a esa transformación democrática. Y yo creo que tenemos herramientas. Los Voluntary Local Review, la herramienta esta de revisión local de las políticas, es una herramienta muy interesante. Sin embargo, y acá viene mi punto, al igual que los grandes momentos de los summits, del HLPF panel en New York, o etcétera, los grandes momentos que tenemos para revisar y para colocar temas de agenda, necesitan de un compromiso mayor desde los gobiernos locales y regionales para colocar algunos temas como es el tema de la igualdad en serio. Venimos hablando todo el día de hoy de una manera extraordinaria, compartiendo la agenda de la crisis climática, del cambio climático, de la necesidad de colocarla en agenda. Sin embargo, seguimos hablando de la gente, como si la gente, este concepto neutro, realmente diera cuenta de las desigualdades que hay en el mundo, no solo entre hombres y mujeres, sino también entre los hombres y entre las mujeres. Quiero apelar a la necesidad de cualificar estas desigualdades y este concepto de familias, de hogares, de gente, de población que diluye sujetos sociales necesarios de ser interpelados en la política. Entonces, quiero decir que es importante incorporar el concepto de género debidamente, tener información, necesitamos estadísticas, data, necesitamos nutrir nuestros documentos con cuestiones muy específicas que hagan luz sobre esta diversidad de sujetos, pero no solo, el territorio. Nosotros trabajamos en los gobiernos locales y regionales, el territorio como una variable activa. Tenemos que interseccionar sujetos de la diversidad con condiciones de los territorios para poder dar cuenta de eso que nos ocupa, que es cómo trabajamos la agenda de la vida cotidiana, la agenda de los servicios, las infraestructuras, la seguridad, el transporte en cada condición situada de los territorios. Estoy haciendo una apelación, pero una apelación al conjunto de socios maravillosos que hace esta potencia de CGLU, pero no solo, a los propios gobiernos locales y a los propios gobiernos regionales. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por recordarnos algo tan importante, ¿no? Como es trabajar de forma muy contundente por avanzar en temas de igualdad, por la igualdad de género. También lo hablábamos antes en otra sesión. Tenemos también unos grandes ejemplos de liderazgo de mujeres, ¿no? en los gobiernos subnacionales, que es algo que también sobre lo cual podemos construir y potenciar más todavía, ¿no? Para trabajar conjuntamente en esa agenda. Exactamente, y incluirlo en la plataforma de acciones de alto impacto, por supuesto. Muy bien, pues vamos ya con la última intervención por ahí.
Thank you very much. Just a very quick comment for the discussion that happened a couple of minutes ago. In the Council of Europe Congress, we had a colleague who ran for the presidency in his country, who was a local leader. And then after 2-3 days after the election, he came to the Congress and we were sitting down having a coffee. One of the friends asked, how was it? And I said, he probably lost because it doesn't seem like we're sitting with a president right now. But anyways, we realized that many members from the Congress, they have sort of potential to become president in their countries. I also hear that rumors around the UCLG as well. I meet with a guy from Latin America. I say, oh, I know this mayor. And then they say, well, you know, he's going to run for the presidency. I go to Asia. I meet someone from Asia. I say, I know this mayor. And they go, well, he's going to run for the presidency. Can you imagine in 193 countries of the United Nations, we have 20 presidents in the General Assembly who were actually in the UCLG Congress. They were in the UCLG street. I mean, we're not just making a voice, but we are also creating a generation of presidents. In the coming years, they might stand up in the General Assembly and say, well, we come from the UCLG, we are part of it, and we want to see them right here. That's what we are also doing. Thank you.
Exactly, good point. We were talking about that this morning, about looking for champions for localization, and that could be an interesting way to approach it as well, yes. So, okay, thank you, everybody. Just some information, 26 voluntary subnational reviews in 24 countries in 2022, so 48% more than in 2016. So the numbers are showing a very positive trend. And also, like Nayara was mentioning earlier, also in the voluntary national reviews, we're seeing more participation of the subnational levels of government. So thank you so much to everyone for the very dynamic session. The idea was to help us move collectively forward, putting the pieces together and having a joint roadmap for the important moments this year. But then we also had the chance to address the more significant underlying and strategic questions, right? That I think it would be important to also continue and using this year to move forward as well in that direction. So thank you, and we'll continue working together so that our constituency is really an example of the leadership of the transformative change we want to see on the road to 2030 and beyond. So thank you, everyone.
Do you just want to? Wonderful. I don't know if everyone wants to just stand up for 1 minute and have a little shake, because I think we've been sitting for quite a long time. Just move around a little bit, get the blood flowing. Okay. We are a little bit tight for time, so that's enough. Don't get too excited. Wonderful. Having asked everybody to stand up, I'm now going to ask you all to sit down. And we're going to go straight into the next session. Okay, this is always the danger, isn't it? I'm just going to carry on. So this next session is entitled Harnessing the Localization Efforts of the Organized Constituency. And again, really building on what we've done so far today, but really thinking about this whole year of 2023 and some of the key milestones in our kind of agenda as the Global Task Force moving forward. And thinking particularly about two things which we raised earlier on this morning. One around renewal of the multilateral system, but also the importance of multi-level governance. And they're two things that we've spoken about quite extensively over the whole of the day today. And we've got a chance to look at various opportunities, various moments in the global calendar where local and regional governments will have an opportunity to influence that discussion and that dialogue, particularly with a focus on fostering social inclusion and access to affordable and sustainable public services for all. So very much carrying on from the previous session, but thinking about some of the more thematic meetings and activities that are coming up. Our speakers are partly in the room, partly online. Welcome to our speakers online. And we're going to sort of take this sort of session by session, and particularly kind of event or moment, if you like, in our global calendar. And I'm going to start with CSW, the Commission on the Status of Women. And I'm going to invite Shri Soshan, who is the Senior Program Administrator and Strategist of the Huaru Commission. Many of you in the room will know Shri very well. We've been discussing, as a global task force, a lot around a feminist municipal policy. We've been very much trying to make sure that we mainstream gender in all of the work that we do. We heard from Anna just recently around inequality. And obviously the theme this year for CSW is around innovation and technological change in education and the digital age and ensuring inclusion. So on that, Shri, I'm going to come to you, a little bit of a think of how we've got to where we've got to today, but also looking forward and what you see as the priorities as we move to CSW 67. Shri.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Just show that you can hear me.
Perfectly.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to all of you who are in Barcelona. I regret and apologize. I could, Huaru Commission representative could not be there in person, but we are there in spirit with you always as a partner. For those of you who are not familiar with CSW, is the Commission on the Status of Women, and it is an annual meeting of the gathering of international women's movement at the UN, and it's usually held for 2 weeks in March. And Lucy mentioned this year the priority theme is innovation and technological changes and education in the digital age for achieving gender equality and empowerment for all women and girls but also the review theme, which is the theme from CSW 5 years ago, the 60-second session, which is challenges and opportunities in achieving gender equality and empowerment of rural women and girls. So in this context, what do we have in common? Huairou Commission represents the constituency, or bring the constituency of grassroots, particularly women-led organization, and UCLG, your constituency is the local and regional government. I think the merging point or the shared principles that we want to message is the feminist municipal movement principle. Why they are important in the context of when we talk about digitalization, information technology, and innovation. I also want to bring this to also the discussion before this particular segment about who do we want to influence and who are we talking with. So I think we jointly agree that the UN global spaces and decision-making spaces like the CSW, like the HLPF, is also a space for national government or member state that we are always want to influence and work with, to listen to us, to acknowledge, not only acknowledge, but formally recognize our representation, the importance of us together, the both constituencies, the people that from these constituencies working in localizing the global agenda that have been adopted by our national government. And, when we say implement as a partner in the implementation of those global agenda, it means that, they are also sharing with us the resources and recognize the good practices and the tools and methodologies that we together bring, to localize and make sure that we contribute to the progression of the nation in achieving those goals and in implementing those policies. And we are a key contributor, the key building block. Localization is the key building block that will bring us to achieve the SDGs. So we know that during the pandemic itself, the information technology has been critical actually to bring people together and get things done in a way where decision making can be organized through information technology, digitalization. But we must also recognize that this has also created gap for those who are not able to join and effort the technology. So how do we bring together this and bring the shared agenda, our shared concern in CSW? One of the area or one of the important document that will be discussed in this year's CSW is the Global Digital Compact. How are we putting our input into that document, which is being discussed and due to be agreed by the member state at the General Assembly in September 2024. So we have that time to work together. And the messaging that we want to have together at CSW is to ensure that gender equality and women empowerment, in the context of our constituency, what we shared, we want the formal recognition, not only recognition, but representation of our constituent at the decision-making table. Emilia mentioned earlier that, we want that this constituency are able to sit together with the government, with member state, with the UN in making the decision, and not just at the site event or parallel event. And we have, CSW is also a place where UCLG, as a lead in the Generation Equality Action Coalition for Feminist Leadership, working together with us, the grassroots constituency, who are leading in the Generation Equality Action Coalition on economic justice and right, as well as gender-based violence, to bring together our concern, our key messages. And one of the areas that we want to make sure that technology and digitalization we're going to be fair and include the women empowerment and gender equality principles of our feminist municipal movement is in the 4 thematic areas that was presented in the Congress last year. Care, the basic services of the commons, the climate and culture, and also building trust, contribute to building trust between the government and the people. I think that's the message, and I hope this is contributing to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shri. And I think it's really important to kind of link to the Congress and to the way in which, UCLG has gone out to the local government community, the local and regional government community, to actually be really clear about what our objectives are to feed into that dialogue, and particularly also picking up on that issue around the digital divide, because I think that is also something that we've all experienced and we've all felt during the COVID period, and thinking about how we can contribute to that. At the risk of going on too long, Shri, do you want to say anything at all about the 2 specific events that that are going to be taking place for local and regional government during CSW?
Thank you. Yes, the local regional government are going to have 2 specific events, one on the 7th, which is, and one on the, I think, 9th or 10th, and we will have the representation of also UN agencies in those sessions. And this is to bring that into the other spaces, the formal spaces.
Excellent.
Sorry, I don't have the title of the title of the session. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Shri. And I think very important that local and regional government will be represented. Yeah, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Lucy, one more thing. And also the spaces where the Generation Equality Action Coalition will be holding high-level event. I will share that information as well on the chat that Julia can then share with the others through follow-up from this session.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. Thanks again, Shri. Thank you. In the interest of time, we're going to move straight along to our next speaker. It feels a little bit like we're jumping from theme to theme, but that's the nature really of this particular kind of segment around localization of the constituency. And I'm going to come to our next speaker, who's also online, Safak Pavey, who's the Senior Advisor at UNHCR, who's just going to say a little bit around the Global Refugee Forum, and particularly, I guess, the focus around cities and asylum, and sort of how the forum is going to be building on some of the work of the Global Compact. So I'm going to hand back to you, Safak, to give us your kind of reflections, and particularly looking forward at the expectations from the Global Refugee Forum.
Surely, thank you very much. I would like to thank our close partner, UCLG, in the person of Emilia Saiz, Secretary General, as well as all the family members of UCLG, which we are proud of having a strategic partnership. My name is Safak Pavey, as you said, Lucy, and I lead the strategic partnerships piece that brings us to different stakeholder groups that includes the city and city networks that we very much cherish as our partners from the very beginning. And you mentioned that we are jumping from one team to another, but not necessarily. For instance, we just came back from Munich Security Conference, where the High Commissioner also signed a partnership agreement with, and their feminist foreign policy was very much of a topic and focus that we had in the global compact on refugees as well. Is very much embedded with women participation and women peace and security, peace to include the voices of and meaningful participation of refugee women and girls and children at large, girls and boys. So peace building very much starts for us as well in the refugee protection at home through the social cohesion, be it with the goodwill of those cities opening their doors to welcoming the stranger, and then being neighbors is the next phase. Not building ghettos or walls amongst each other in the same city is the very core of our policies that is recommended and guided by the Global Compact on Refugees, that actually UCLG very much contributed in the making and making sure with other city partners as well in the consultations phase that cities and local governments are a recognized partner to us, embedded in our global policy. So to start with, also, I would like to say a big congratulations and thank you for the important adoption of the Lampedusa Charter last year. It really is, at the very core, it takes a human rights-based approach to receiving and supporting refugees and migrants worldwide. And that is definitely an approach that we proudly share in common. I also would like to acknowledge the launch of your Human Mobility Massive open online course on how local and regional governments can actually implement Global Compact on Refugees and Global Compact on Migration. So thank you for allowing UNHCR to participate in its creation, as well as inviting us to be here to participate in this very vivid and dynamic conversation that is very much aligned, as I said, with the global national policy conversations as well. We continue to be inspired by the commitment of local authorities to ensure that refugees, migrants, other vulnerable people have access to services in your communities and cities on the same basis as long-term residents and citizens of that nation. So inclusion is the best form of protection as we describe it, and cities continue to expand, be it through housing programs, healthcare programs, provide access to education to the refugees and internal displaced who reside in your respectful cities. So, and we know that cities have often done so and continue to do so without additional resources at the face of human-made or nature-caused disasters, humanitarian tragedies. They are the frontliners to provide these services without sometimes the respective legislation being in place. So therefore, we very much appreciate that collaboration and the goodwill that is coming from cities worldwide, everywhere, where we are actually facing an increased number of humanitarian crises, as you also witness. So for UNHCR, expanding adequate access of refugees to rights and services is not simply a matter of promoting policy, but also a reflection of the broader aspirations of Global Compact, which requires the participation of the whole of society, and therefore the critical role that local governments play in integration and inclusion. So I would like to move, Lucy, to the very space that we are granted here to also share with you some of the information we just had last year in December, just 2 months ago, together with Emilia Saiz at the High Commissioner's Dialogue on Development Cooperation, a very dedicated special session in which we discussed how we need to better support cities on the front line of refugee responses. We are, as I said, aware that cities that are supported to plan beyond the reception of refugees can also ensure that the initiatives that benefit refugees and host communities together in the short term as well as the long term. This long-term thinking and planning, of course, require better and more consistent resourcing. So that was at the very core of that discussion that was included in our plenary. The central arrangement of the Global Compact on Refugees is the Global Refugee Forum, where states and all other actors come together every 4 years to share good practices, contribute with financial support and commitments, be on technical expertise, on partnership agreements, policy changes to help reach the goals of Global Compact. That is the ideal policy guideline that we have. And the mechanism for measuring contribution is through a pledging system. That also this mechanism, Global Refugee Forum, that's our summit, also makes the pledgers to meet with each other, to match the efforts together across the globe. At the first Global Refugee Forum in 2019, we received around 1,400 pledges from all stakeholders. The city of Urban was the first city to pledge individually, thanks to UCLG's Durban Summit earlier that year that mobilized that, which was followed by Mayor's Mechanism mobilization of many more cities to join. At the end of this year, on 13 to 14 December, the second Global Refugee Forum will take place in Geneva, as convened by us. We want to thank the cities who have already pledged, because we are currently standing at 40 pledges from diverse cities so far, which, again, Mayor's Mechanism call to local action, invited cities and continues to invite cities to pledge to both Global Compact on Refugees and Global Compact on Migration. So UNHCR is proud to be a partner in this initiative. We look forward to receiving even more pledges from cities there and then to be announced at the Global Refugee Forum, solidifying the important role that local authorities play in refugee protection. Surely we want to see UCLG partner umbrella organizations, networks, and cities at the Global Refugee Forum to share their needs, challenges, ideas with the international community about how we can better support each other to result in better outcomes for refugees and migrants alike. So cities that have embraced their newest residents are stronger for it. Refugees are teachers, shop owners, healthcare workers, and at the face of COVID period, for instance, they served the communities that they were invited to be part of, as also at the face of emergencies. So they want to contribute to the communities that welcome them in action.
Thank you, Shafak. Thank you so much for that. And I think thank you for kind of like recognizing the importance of that dialogue with cities. We really appreciate it. And for recognizing also the Lampedusa Charter as being such an important kind of moment, really, in terms of helping to sort of change that dialogue. And we look forward to the forum. I was looking at the audience here. I don't know how much you can see from where you're sitting, but I was seeing a lot of people around the room, you know, really kind of like nodding and if we have a chance at the end to open up to the floor, I will do that. But in the interest of time, I'm going to have to move on to our next speaker, who is Sami Kanan, who is the chair of the Geneva Cities Hub, who's going to tell us a little bit about International Geneva. Sami, please, go for it. I think if you want to do it straight from where you're sitting, that's probably the easiest.
Thank you very much. I hope we are still all able to listen to contribution. We had a very dense afternoon, but that's also why it's fascinating, because it shows all the pluralities and diversity of initiatives. And also we just heard from our colleague from the High Commission for Refugees, Shafak Pavey in Geneva, the increasing recognition, to come back to your question, you know, the increasing recognition by international agencies, multilateral agencies of the work of local governments and their networks. So that's one of the good sides of this afternoon, very dense afternoon. So I'm talking this afternoon in my double capacity as Mayor of Geneva, the City of Geneva, and chairman of the newly created Geneva Cities Hub. First of all, maybe briefly, a few words about what we call in our own language in Geneva, International Geneva. You may know that Geneva is one of the major multilateral cities with major UN agencies. We just heard about the HCR. We have the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the World Organization of Intellectual Property, the Human Rights Council, and so on, many, many international agencies. Not only UN agencies, very important, International Red Cross, for example. And this creates a very dense ecosystem, which is actually the biggest of that kind on the planet. Obviously, the UN system has its main political institutions in New York, and that's where the main decisions are taken. But all the substantial work on many, many issues, as I said, trade, health, telecommunication, human rights, refugees, humanitarian aid, telecommunications are being discussed in Geneva. We have 39 international governmental agencies. We have more like 460, 480 NGOs, major NGOs, a lot of platforms, a lot of, I mean, it's like an ecosystem where you have many different components. And like always in these ecosystems, you have all the formal interactions, which are crucial, but have their limits. And so the informal interactions, which are crucial, and actually the pandemic shows that virtual interactions can be useful, but sooner or later you need to meet. Typically, the last major conference of the World Trade Organization had to meet in presence physically, because that's where you can reach some progresses. The city of Geneva is close partner of that interactions. We have a strong coordination with the Swiss federal government and the Geneva canton about how to ensure obviously good conditions, framework conditions for all this activity, but also to increase the interaction between the international community and the local community. And to be honest, for a long, long time, the city of Geneva had like two separate pillars which didn't connect. We were very active in city networks, like UCLG, AEMF, the French-speaking one, and others. On the other hand, we were monitoring somehow, you know, the international activity and showing what it brings to our local capacity building. And we realized, and that's part of the whole strategy we're discussing here, that these two worlds of local governments and the networks are not efficiently and sufficiently connected to that multilateral ecosystem. I mean, obviously, many agencies have now the habit to invite local governments, mayors on panels, expert groups, but it's still a bit case from case. It's changing. We just heard about the Global Compact for Refugees. It's a good example of a more systematic interaction. But it's still not totally, you know, coherent and monitored and interactive between various issues, you know, SDGs, health, refugees, and so on. So it was a joint decision of the Swiss federal, cantonal, and local authorities to create the Geneva Cities Hub. And the aim of Geneva Cities Hub is really to connect the two worlds, you know, in a way. It's not such a network. I mean, it's really a platform. And the aim is to facilitate the interaction on both sides, you know, where international agencies need a more organized way to, you know, work with local governments. On the other hand, when networks or local governments need something, you know, within the very complex Geneva system. And these have been created with federal funding and very active also support from the city of Geneva. And we are learning a lot. We try to focus on specific issues. At the moment, it's health, so the post-pandemic activity, IT, digitalization, and a very important thing, the universal periodic reviews landing in the voluntary local reviews, a very crucial mechanism, where it's an example, among others, where states start to recognize, you know, the importance of including local governments, and the newly created form of mayors. And let's be honest, it's a fascinating discussion what the entry points are for local governments in this multilateral system. If we were only depending on agencies, it's very open. They're really demanding. But being in Geneva, we feel the power of the states. And let's be honest, the states are a bit nervous about this presence of local governments. They're not even nervous, but even a European permanent representative with good, you know, face told me, I'm also representing my cities. What's the point? And then he admitted that it's important to have a more global and transversal point of view of local governments across the borders. And this is a permanent tension, an interesting one, it's not negative. So we are trying to find the right balance. That's why we have signed MOU with UCLG to ensure that all these initiatives are complementary and not even not willingly, contradicting each other. Because we need to get the states convinced that sooner or later LRGs need some kind of status, and the best way to get it are the networks which have the professional expertise, the continuity, the global task force in particular. So we agreed, and we'll finish with that, the global task force, which convenes regularly in New York, should also come once to Geneva, because, as I say, it's maybe a bit less political, but all the substantial work, the negotiation, all the treaties, all the international normative issues are there. And finishing by the Forum of Mayors, which have been created by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe in cooperation with the other regional commissions, is the first state-recognized Forum of Mayors. So yes, we didn't choose the cities, UCLG or we as cities didn't choose the cities which will be representing the other states, but we're introducing a mechanism of consultation because we do wish to have a look, an opinion on who is representing the cities at international level. So it's a very fascinating experience. Thank you.
Very interesting. Thank you, Mayor Keinan. I think there's someone who, did you want to come in, Jean-Pierre, very quickly? Only I think this is a new initiative. I think many of us are less familiar with it. So, Jean-Pierre, please.
Merci beaucoup. Portez vos casques comme ça, vous allez souffrir comme nous, on a souffert ici. Non, d'abord, je voudrais m'excuser d'être venu en retard. Et je pense que j'ai raté beaucoup de choses. Vu la discussion que je viens de suivre, je crois que j'ai raté beaucoup de choses, mais je vais essayer de me rattraper. La première remarque que je peux faire, c'est les progrès extraordinaires que nous avons accomplis dans la reconnaissance de notre mouvement au niveau des Nations Unies. La question a été posée tout à l'heure de savoir concrètement qu'est-ce que ça veut dire. Je suis un peu un historique de ce mouvement ici. Ça fait un moment que je suis dans cette affaire. Toutes les organisations des Nations Unies, toutes, essayaient d'avoir leur club de maires. Il n'y a pas une seule organisation des Nations Unies qui n'a pas organisé un club ou un forum de maires affilié à son organisation. Grâce à l'action de CGLU et à la Global Task Force, cette tendance qu'avaient les organisations des Nations Unies à vouloir avoir leur club de maires s'est beaucoup estompée. Et ça, c'est un progrès. Parce que pour dialoguer vraiment, il faut que chacun ait une identité. Or, très souvent, les organisations des Nations Unies ont eu tendance à consommer des collectivités territoriales au lieu de dialoguer avec les collectivités territoriales. Et ce cadre-ci offre une occasion de véritable dialogue avec les collectivités territoriales. Ça, c'est le premier point sur lequel je voulais insister. Le deuxième point, toujours répondant à cette question, qu'est-ce que vous avez apporté véritablement? Emilia est partie jusqu'en 1913. Mais moi, je voudrais me situer en 2023. Les seules relations internationales non tendues dans le monde sont des relations entre collectivités territoriales. La coopération décentralisée entre collectivités territoriales. Et c'est une coopération de longue durée et qui n'est pas sujet des aléas des conflits momentanés entre États. C'est pour ça que nous avons toujours dit que les collectivités territoriales sont le vrai substrat de la coopération internationale. Et si vous voulez, c'est les seuls vrais défenseurs d'une coopération entre les peuples, condition sine qua non de la paix dans le monde. C'est pour ça que nous insistons pour que nous ayons un mapping, un atlas de la coopération entre collectivités territoriales dans le monde. Notre section, la section Afrique, a sollicité les autres sections pour que pour l'Afrique, on établisse cette cartographie de la coopération décentralisée. Et nous espérons que toutes les sections qui sont ici vont s'associer à ce travail. Nous voulons aussi que ce travail soit entrepris dans les autres sections. Parce que de cette manière, on va démontrer à quel point la mise en cause du multilatéralisme n'a pas cours au niveau des collectivités territoriales. Merci.
Thanks very much, Jean-Pierre. In the interest of time, I am going to have to move us along. I will, if there's time at the end, open the floor again, but we still have a couple of speakers in this particular session on harnessing the localization efforts. And I'm going to move us along now to Urban 7, and I'm going to invite the Mayor of Mannheim just to update us a little bit. Obviously, we saw the great progress that was made last year, and how are we going to be building on that in terms of the local and regional government agenda in 2023?
Yes, thank you very much. Let me report on the rather new process called U7. It's only 1.5 years old, starting back during the UK presidency in Plymouth with a virtual U7 summit to influence the G7 process. And I think this new U7 process has made a remarkable progress in terms of our advocacy work and to create a real multi-level governance. And if we speak about SDG 11, it's clear that we only can achieve the goal if we create a real multi-level governance system between the international networks, the nation states, and the local level. And the U7 took, let's say, the chance of the crisis of democracy, because now the G7 states are aware that they need to have allies in a way, and Mrs. Hajigian also referred to democracy and the declaration of mayors regarding the topic of democracy, and we used, let's say, this kind of momentum and the open door to have a real seat on the table. So for the first time in the G7 final communique, the transformative powers of cities was mentioned. And for the first time, there was a ministerial meeting on urban development. So the ministers responsible for urban development met for the first time in the framework of the G7. And of course, I think we're all aware that G7 is not about 7 nation states, it's about the global power of G7. And this is especially true for the sustainable urban development work. So this was for the first time on the table. And what I would really call a real seed is that we were intimately involved in the declaration of the urban development ministers communique. So we were able to influence that, and the U7 is a coalition of the 7 national city associations, and the secretariat of the U7 process is organized by ICLEI and the Global Parliament of Mayors, which I'm the head, the chair of, and supported also, of course, by UCLG. And thank you to Emilia and the whole team. And for the first time, we were not only involved in really defining the declaration, but also we had a seat on the table. So I was invited as representative for the U7 besides OECD and UN Habitat. So only 3 institutions were present on the table with the G7 ministers. And this is something new and something we want to sustain. There will be the next sustainable, the Urban Development Ministerial meeting in July in Japan. And we got a lot of now also support from different Japanese ministries. And what we try to reach is becoming an engagement group, an official engagement group. And of course, it's a chance also to influence the SDG summit in September if the G7 urban development ministers come together and defining their role. So this is an opportunity, and I think we should altogether try to make the most out of it. And yeah, as I mentioned in the beginning, and if I compare it to, let's say, the review of the SDG and the wording, bringing it back on track, I think we have, in the same year, made some significant progress regarding our advocacy work.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kurz. And thank you to all of our speakers. And maybe just in closing, I think, you know, one of the points that Shafak made right at the beginning was that all of these processes are definitely interconnected. There's a reason why, as the Global Task Force, we're following these processes. And I think we're all very aware of our kind of shared commitment towards reforming the kind of multi-level governance, but also the multilateral environment so that it's much more welcoming and much more open to local government. And I think a little bit of a microcosm in terms of the successes that you were able to achieve in terms of U7 is very much speaking to some of the things that Chris was talking about earlier in terms of how we actually want to sort of reposition that relationship between local and regional governments in a much more engaged, much more, if you like, influential way vis-a-vis the UN and the multilateral processes. So thank you to our speakers. Thank you for being brief. I'm going to hand over straight away now to Gino. Thank you, Gino.
Thank you very much, Lucy, for your leadership in moderating this session beforehand. We have a last session here before we are going to close today in a future envisioning workshop. We'll be talking on other themes that are on our agenda to do for 2023. And I would like to invite, without any further delay, Joyce Langeveen, who is a policy advisor of the UN 2023 Water Conference at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands. I know that Joyce is waiting with us and has a calendar issue, so I would like to give her the floor first. And I'm looking towards my colleagues. And yes, here you are, Joyce. Welcome to the Global Task Force Retreat Day. And Joyce, we would be looking forward to hear from you in terms of the preparations of the UN Water Conference that will take place actually in a couple of weeks from now onwards. And we are very happy to have you with us here today to enlighten us on the agenda and the work in front of us. Thank you. The floor is yours, Joyce. We cannot hear you very well at this moment. I'm not sure if you have to unmute yourself or if you have to speak a little bit closer to the mic. No, not yet. Shall we? Okay. Joyce, if you can hear us, what I will do now is we will just go to the next speaker, and in the meanwhile, try to sort out a technical problem with speaking, if that is okay for you. So then I would like to invite, I think it is Martino Miraglia, who is in the room here with us. Can you identify yourself? I cannot see very well from here.
Hi, Gino.
Oh, okay. Very good. Very good. So, Martino, you are with the UN Habitat and in the localization unit. And I think we wanted to ask you, in particular, a little bit more about the local reviews for the SDGs, the voluntary local reviews and voluntary regional reviews until now. So if you can give an update on that, and perhaps that follows the question also that I had earlier to Emilia. Please go ahead, Martino.
Definitely. Thanks a lot, Gino. And indeed, connecting a bit to what you were discussing with Emilia, first of all, thanks to UCLG, the Global Task Force, for giving us some space. Well, there are a few UN Habitat representatives here, which means the importance of your movement for our agency. And I would like to thank you, but also the colleagues of UCLG and the team here that is making all of this possible. One thing before getting into the voluntary reviews is that since a few months at least, 1 year, there is no meeting within the UN, at least that I attend, no meeting with member states that ends without mentioning localization. Some have a better understanding, some others don't, but there is interest. And of course, like the colleague was saying, this is dangerous. Member states sometimes are afraid, but there is interest. Being dangerous is actually good. So well done. Considering the VLRs and the overall localization events, the first edition of the VLR Days was celebrated. VSR Days was celebrated in 2021. And that was the occasion also to launch the second volume of the guidelines on VLRs, which were already exploring the VLR-VNR link. Well, we're trying to, and this links to what Emilia was saying, how do we want the HLPF to look like in the future, a place where VLRs and VSRs are at the center, where we are trying to do that. It's VLRs are yet not at the center of, or at least recognized an official tool for reporting by the UN, but we are trying to push in that direction. This year we will do the same at the HLPF with an in-person launch of the VLR-VSR Days second edition, followed by a few online discussions where everyone is invited to join. We are looking now at the status, more or less, of 200 VLRs published by some 60 different local, countries and local regional governments, which is quite an impressive tool. But the reality is that how do we use this transformative tool to push for sustainable development planning and influence policies that are linked to the SDGs. These are some of the reflections that we will try to push for. And also linking to what Lucy was saying before about the importance of citizen engagement and participation, despite lots of VLRs looking into engaging local communities in their development, many are not doing it structurally. So some of the discussion will be approached. I will conclude here by saying that before HLPF, as Maimouna has mentioned, as Chris has mentioned, we have the UN Habitat Assembly happening in the first week of June. And there is going to be an important moment towards the SDG Summit. I would like you to think about the UN Habitat Assembly as a mini General Assembly on urbanization and local development. Treat it like with that importance. We are discussing about resolution on localization. Localization is one of the key topics that member states are going to debate. So really your engagement, your political influence towards delegations and towards the UN in that framework is critical to make sure that some of the priorities that we are discussing here today are present in those resolutions that will definitely then influence the SDG Summit. So I'll welcome all of you to join the World Assembly and also to push to be part of the official delegations joining the Assembly. Thank you, Gino.
Thank you very much, Martino. So just also to come back, I mean, the question that I raised to Emilia obviously was a provocative question. I hope you have understood that. But let me just say, I mean, this question is really an important question, because that is what, you know, those that are not converted yet, we speak towards those that are converted, but those who are not converted, they raise that question. I think we need to have the right answer. From my perspective, one of the reasons why I think we essentially need to have a representation of local and regional governments, an engagement of national governments with local and regional governments, a dialogue for action, is because these are governments, they represent government, the governmental sector. And for that reason, since governments, be it at national level, at regional level, or at local level, have a mandate towards their citizens in order to ensure that they have a safe, secure society and area, territory to live in, with all of the environmental and quality of life enhanced potential. And this is, I think, essentially why, in the future, we need to have come to an understanding and acceptance, exactly from what the mayor of Geneva was saying, acceptance from national states, that they have and can better work planetary-wise if they engage and work with local and regional governments for a better governance of this planet and for a better, I believe, well-being of the entire population that, by the way, is constantly increasing as obviously creating further enhanced problems. So having said that, I think we are still having, is Joyce back with us? Joyce, can I turn to you?
Can you hear me now?
Policy Advisor, UN 23
Can you
Water
hear
Conference.
me?
Yes, we can hear you well, Joyce. Go ahead,
Perfect.
the floor is yours.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much. And let me start by saying that I'm really pleased to be here and that you give me the opportunity to talk about the importance of water and the UN Water Conference. And I'm also really glad to hear that the city of New York is already that engaged. And that holds promising. That's very promising because we are looking for meaningful actions, and that is actually what is needed. Because as we all know, there are so many challenges related to water. And in fact, our climate crisis often manifests itself in water. And that affects our local communities. For example, the past year we had those worsening floods in Pakistan. We have sea level rise, which affects the small island development states. There are shrinking glaciers, wildfires, and drought, both in the south of Europe, but also in the Horn of Africa. And maybe, which is most strikingly, not everyone has access to safe and clean water, clean drinking water. And those who are hit hardest are the marginalized communities and the indigenous groups, and especially the women and the girls in the global south. 26% of the world population lacks safely managed drinking water services. 26%, so that's quite unacceptable. And with this UN Water Conference, we have a once in a generation opportunity to turn the tide. It's the first UN Water Conference in 50 years. We need to turn challenges into opportunities. As the Netherlands, we are co-hosting this conference together with the Republic of Tajikistan. We often called our partnership Source to Sea partnership, covering the entire water cycle, starting with the glaciers and the mountains in Tajikistan and the low-lying delta country we have here in the Netherlands, as well as our small island development states in the Caribbean. And we work together with UNDESA and UN Water, which I also have to thank because they are doing lots and lots of work here as well. So like I said, in order to change the tide, we really require a whole of government, but actually also an all of society approach. And therefore cities and local governments are crucial actors. So I'm really happy to be here. What we need is stronger political and societal leadership on water. We need that investment in water should be public and parcel of our economies. Because it's the driver of our economies. Water is the driver of our economies. So, in fact, investing in water is a best opportunity to realize resilience or adaptation. As I said, the conference is a high political event. But it is really important to show that the cities are and will contribute and to turning water-related problems into opportunities. And we actually need the voice of the cities to do so. The main outcome of this conference is a water action agenda. And this water action agenda cannot be there without actions from cities. I can tell you a little bit more about the procedurals of the conference. There will be 6 plenaries, including an opening and a closing session. There will be 5 interactive dialogues. Water for Health will be the first one. Water for Sustainable Development will be the second one. And this Water for Sustainable Development also includes urban development, it includes the water, energy, food nexus, and it includes valuing water. And actually, the executive director of the UN Habitat, the UN Human Settlements Program, will be speaking in this panel. There will be an interactive dialogue about water for climate resilience and environment, an interactive dialogue about water for cooperation and transboundary water cooperation, and the 5th one will be about water action decade. Besides those interactive dialogues, there will be 4 special events, and I'm really, really happy that UCLG is included in the preparation of 2 of them. The first is about the economics of water, transforming governance to secure a sustainable, just, and prosperous future. And the second one is about water leadership. So the voice of cities and local governments will be included in these 2 special events. So that's, thank you a lot for this. There will be a 180 side event at the UN headquarters. There will also be some side events from different city networks, and there will be many events outside the UN. And another thing is that in the run-up to the conference, the Resilient Cities Network actually launched Cities Solve, Cities Deliver campaign. It started today, and it will highlight 1 city per day, traveling through 6 regions of the world. And it offers the opportunity for cities to engage with each other or to inspire with water initiatives. And they will also be hosting an event on the 21st of March outside the UN to showcase those examples. The call for cities, like I said before, is to actively engage in the discussion and also actively engage in formulating those commitments. And where we would need you, UCLG as well, is in the follow-up of the conference, because we don't want, or it's not going to be a yearly water conference. It's a once-in-a-generation water conference. And what we actually need to do is to bring forward this water action agenda and also this urban water action agenda towards the other UN processes and follow-up conferences. For example, bringing it towards the SDG summit, bringing it towards the food system stocktake, bringing the urban water action agenda towards the COP or the biodiversity summit, and so forth. For me to you, this is also our call to action, because like I said, water-related problems cannot be tackled without the help of city and local governments and their constituencies. So thank you for this, and I hope to see you in a couple of weeks or in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joyce, for explaining to us the UN Water Conference coming up in March now. And indeed, many of us will be attending the conference or are with you working towards the preparations. In the interest of time, I would like to ask if you have any particular questions. I would say provide your questions to the UCLG team, and then they can send those questions to you, Joyce, in order to respond. We are tragically here over time and eating into the next session already. So with your agreement, Joyce, I would just like to thank you very much. And if there are questions from the floor here, we'll send them to you through the UCLG team. But thank you. Let's move us to the next event that will take place this year and to which we're all working towards the Global Task Force is the Climate COP, COP28. in Dubai at the end of this year. And we have two colleagues here who will explain us and enlighten us on the preparations towards COP28. And I'm happy to introduce to you my colleague Yunus Arikan, Director of Global Advocacy at ICLEI, as well as Emmanuel Pinot, who is the policy engagement lead for the climate champions at the COP starting from 27. Perhaps, Yunus, I will start first with you, if you can. And again, here we are very much over time, so if you can try to help us to get the major messages delivered here in around 5 minutes, and then we will move to Emmanuel with the same request. Please, Yunus, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gino. Dear colleagues, all the Global Task Force family members and mayors, I am delighted to join you, unfortunately virtually, but it's also at the same time a pleasure. Being part of the journey of Global Task Force since 2012, it's fantastic to see this 10th anniversary and see the momentum even growing. As Gino mentioned, the climate agenda has been on the table of local and regional governments since, and even before the UN Climate Convention was adopted. Our first climate campaign was '91. But of course, living the legacy of Rio Summit, Earth Summit, the Rio Conventions, we have been there since '95 as the focal point, but since 2009 we are also representing the Global Task Force. And our constituency name, as Emilia mentioned in the previous sessions, it is the local governments and municipal authorities constituency. In the climate space, we were a bit pushing the boundaries, and maybe it was too much we pushed for, because for 20 years they tried to ignore us. And it was in the year 2012 when we were in these rooms, we were trying to save the climate negotiations after the aftermath of Copenhagen. In Mexico City, we tried to save the climate negotiations with Mexico City Pact, and we went to all the other processes. And in 2015, we get the major achievement as recognition of all levels of governments in the Paris Agreement. And last year, when we were in Sharm el-Sheikh, we came with another victory that in Glasgow, in the second phase of the Paris Agreement, we have made another achievement that the nations have recognized the multi-level action as the requirement of the delivery of the Paris Agreement. So on the way to Sharm el-Sheikh, we were saying that this is the multi-level action delivers is the main motto of the Sharm el-Sheikh. And we were saying that Glasgow was good in saving the climate negotiations, but it was not addressing the climate emergency. And that was the reason why we were pushing so much on the agendas like food, nature. In that sense, when we concluded COP27 last year, we were proud that the multi-level action pavilion served as the home of subnationals in the negotiations area, including so many partners here in the Global Task Force, UCLG, and so many others, more than 45. We had more than 500 delegations. And during these processes, we had enjoyed a fantastic multi-level collaboration with Egyptian presidency. The idea of a surge initiative was to really put the multi-level collaboration on the table, and it was really a major game changer. And it was also commanded or supported by an initiative which was primarily led by UN Habitat, based on the board of the executive board of UN Habitat. But it was something that we have been asking for 10 years since Warsaw, to say that urban mayors and climate mayors should come together. And it was strange for some, because it was not the mission of local governments to combine the ministers together. But we were saying that if urbanization becomes a core issue in the climate agenda, it will be the local governments who would benefit, and it will be strengthening our presence. So in that sense, we left Sharm el-Sheikh with the motivation that we are on the right track, and we have immediately gone to Montreal. We have achieved another major milestone on the biodiversity agenda. The second 10-year action plan is adopted for the subnationals and cities, including a target 12 for cities and urban spaces in the biodiversity agenda. Under this condition, what is expecting us this year in Dubai? Obviously, Dubai is also interesting because it's also relatively a bottom-up country. It has its unique administration structure. In the climate space, there is this process called presidents, which are the ministers of urban foreign affairs or prime ministers sometimes, and then they assign, since Paris Agreement, some champions, which are primarily the ones who are acting on the agenda for implementation, and my colleague Emmanuel will mention it. This year's challenge with Dubai, we're in touch with the presidency, is of course we have the presidency who is at the same time a minister. He has a number of hats, and one of his hats is that he's the CEO of the national oil company, but he's at the same time the CEO of the Masdar City, which is a flagship initiative of Emirates. So therefore, this year, it will be particularly interesting. It will be showing all aspects of climate action. And I think it is the right moment for us to be even more stronger in Dubai. We will be making sure that the multi-level action pavilion will be even stronger, even more vocal, and even more concretely demonstrating our success and how we can contribute the climate emergency implementation. In that regard, again, on behalf of LGMA, and we are extending all the invitation to the Global Task Force members to join us. One important point will be during the immediate after Habitat Assembly, we will have the UN Climate Conference in Bonn, and daring cities will be the moment to shape our input to the process. And I'd like to finalize my intervention in the sense that this year is unique because there is a process called global stocktake. This global stocktake was supposed to be only once at a time in the UN conference. But since Talanoa dialogues in 2018, we managed to make sure that these dialogues takes place at the local and regional level. This year's global stocktake, we want to turn into a kind of a mini COP at every city hall. This is particularly unique because we will be making sure that the climate agenda is not negotiated only at COPs, but it is really implemented at the local level, regional level. And what I'm interesting of course, this is an invitation to all Global Task Force partners and LGMA partners that we would like to turn this into a momentum. The importance is that this could be a new generation of multi-level action. If we can make every city hall to focus half a day, one day, or even a week on climate, on SDGs, on other topics, it could be even more impactful from the voluntary local reviews that we can make every city hall be the host of a General Assembly of a COP of United Nations in its own entirety. And through LGMA, through ICLAIS, through UCLG's force and other connections, we can inform UN so that it is not just the report, but it is really the collective work of our commitment and power of delivery of sustainability. In this regard, I'd like to conclude my words so that my colleague can also intervene. But of course, we are having our monthly webinars. I'm happy to invite all of you there, and we will continue to share our updates on the way towards COP28. Thank you, Gino. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Yunus, and likewise as with the survey on the SDGs that our colleagues from UCLG are preparing with the Global Task Force. Also here, Yunus will prepare a template for an invitation to all of you, for local and regional governments, to really do a stocktake exercise back home in the City Hall. Yunus, I think 1 week is perhaps a little bit too much of a demand, but if we can already get a couple of city halls to go through an exercise like that for half a day, that would be fantastic to report back to the COP28. Emmanuel, you have been working in the field of the COPs with us for many years now. So, and currently you have been helping and assisting the champions, the climate champions. So please give an update on what is foreseen there and how the climate champions, former ones as well as the new ones, how that dialogue is taking place and how you try to help there. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Gino. And good afternoon, everyone. It's really my pleasure to join this meeting, this time with a different hat from what I had before. Effectively now working with the high-level climate champions that Yunus described, who are, for those who don't know them, a figure or function created by the Paris Agreement to bridge the action between non-state actors, that is cities, obviously, but also regions, business, investors, and civil society at large, with the national governments and the parties within the UNFCCC to create a momentum and an ambition loop and accelerate action and increase ambition. This is clearly the mandate of the champions, and they have been doing this for many years now. We are currently have the champion number 7 from Egypt, Dr. Mahmoud Mohildin, who started his mandate last year, and the new champion from the UAE, Her Excellency Razan Al Mubarak, is the 8th champion, who was just announced at the beginning of 2023. The champions have a very clear mandate from the party to mobilize non-state actors in support of the Paris Agreement and the implementation of the Paris Agreement in particular. And you all know, I think, they are doing this through different strategies. Perhaps the most known one is the big campaigns that have been created before Glasgow, the Race to Zero, in which cities have played a major role at COP26. The Race to Resilience, also with a very strong component for cities. And the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, GFANZ, who is specifically who was created to mobilize the financial sector and the private finance institutions in particular. Another very strong component of this work that is maintained since Glasgow and is continuing this year towards Dubai is to align non-party stakeholders around shared, ambitious and clear goals by 2030 for decarbonizing key sectors of the economy. This is the 2030 Breakthrough Agenda, which is also a very important tool that the champions are using to support the implementation of the Paris Agreement and create areas of collaboration between parties and non-party stakeholders. So those are the key campaigns. In Sharm el-Sheikh last year, the adaptation breakthrough, the set of adaptation breakthroughs by 2030 were created in strong collaboration with the COP27 presidency. That's the Sharm el-Sheikh Adaptation Agenda. We now have a very complete set of goals by 2030 to decarbonize the economy and increase resilience for 4 billion people. The 2 champions currently in place are also coming into this role with very strong expertise, areas of expertise and priorities. Dr. Mahmoud, who is a high-level leader of the World Bank, has made a big emphasis on finance as one of his key priorities, and he's developed a number of projects last year ahead of COP27 that will continue this year, particularly this year with a bigger focus on helping cities and other non-state actors access finance and climate finance in particular. I'd be happy to give you more details on this if you're interested. Razan Al Mubarak, on her side, is, as I'm sure you know, the president of IUCN, also in parallel to her champion's role, and therefore comes with a very strong nature agenda and is committed to use her role as champion to strengthen the link between the climate agenda and the biodiversity framework, and to look at the connections and build and strengthen the action agenda, the nature action agenda in support both of the biodiversity and climate goals. So those are 2 very strong priorities that those particular champions are bringing on the table. And finally, echoing very strongly what Yunus was saying about the global stocktake, this is clearly the big moment, the big play of the year. The global stocktake, which is a process completely linked with the 5-year ambition mechanism of the Paris Agreement, and has an objective to increase ambition at the national level and increase climate collaboration internationally, is concluding this year at COP28. We are now in the phase of wrapping up the technical assessment phase of the global stocktake and entering really the political phase of the global stocktake, where the final outcome will be discussed. And it is extremely important to hear the voice of cities and all non-state actors in general in this discussion. This is a party-led process, so the decision about the outcome of the global stocktake will be taken by parties, but there are numerous opportunities for non-party stakeholders to participate, and the LGMA and the Global Task Force are completely plugged into these opportunities and will make sure that the voice of the constituency is brought in. But I wanted to also say that the global stocktake outcome is not only a COP decision, and we are very much hoping that this process will also have strong consequences and impact in the real economy, in policies designed and adopted in particular in specific countries at the national level, and also advance a number of important things in the global climate action horizon, such as accountability, for example, for non-state actors initiative, or finance for projects. So I think this is an invitation for non-party stakeholders to really engage in the global stocktake process, both the formal one through the UNFCCC, but also, as Yunus was saying, take every opportunity to take stock of the action that is being taken and project very loudly and clearly the voice of non-state actors into this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for those updates. Thank you both, Yunus and Emmanuel. From my side, it really is here, and I urge all of our partners in the Global Task Force, all networks, to really work with us towards the COP28. I think we have to step it up. We are not, or we, meaning in this case national governments, are not aligned with the targets that they had committed to in the Paris Agreement. And I think we have to make that message very clear that we are concerned about the implementation of the Paris Agreement, and at the same time demonstrating what local and regional governments are doing on the spot. So working towards a global stocktake, working towards having a real presence, a large presence in Dubai, working with us at setting up and organizing, implementing the pavilion for collaborative and multi-level action in Dubai is going to be essential. And then finally, of course, to accompany the negotiation process that is taking place in Dubai. And I'm looking towards all my colleagues here at the Global Task Force to help us and to come forward with that. As ICLEI is the focal point for the LGMA, we are very pleased to come very soon to you with messaging as well as with suggestions for you to come in per network. Thank you, Emmanuel. Thank you, Yunus. We will now continue to yet another event that will take place of essential relevance to the SDGs, and that is around mobility and transportation. And as you know, mobility and transportation does not have a single SDG number, if I may say so, as cities or regional governments. But the mobility and transportation piece is over a number of SDGs incorporated. And it's my pleasure to invite now Dionisio Gonzalez, who's a senior advisor in advocacy and outreach colleague at UITP, the International Association of Public Transportation. And I think, Dionisio, you should be here in the room. Oh, okay. So please, you can take the floor from there and tell us a little bit more about yet this other milestone event that is going to take place, I believe, here in Barcelona and at the beginning of June this year. So the floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Gino. As you know, UITP, the International Association of Public Transport, is the global platform of sustainable urban mobility. We are proud partners of UCLG and many other associations here, like ICLEI for sure. it's important to highlight that you are kind of questioning the effectiveness of some of your actions. Yeah? From an external point of view, if I may, allow me to nothing but to congratulate you all. Yeah? The progress is very, very clear since many, many years. Yeah? At UITP, instead of moving people from A to B, we do consider the key role of public transport as an enabler to wider city strategic objectives. Yeah? So as you were mentioning, sustainable mobility is linked to 13 out of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And the question we are asking ourselves is, what type of cities do we want to live in, do we want to work in? Yeah? During COVID, it has been super clear the key role of public transport to keep cities up and running. Due to confinements, it's also true that there have been an important impact on public transport ridership that has been unfairly stigmatized during the pandemic. But yeah, the public transport benefits are clear and there from the social, environmental, and economic point of view. Just to give you some figures, for every euro you invest in public transport, there are 5 euros generated into the economy. For every employment you create in public transport, there are 2.5 additional jobs in the economy, not to talk about the negative externalities that you can avoid, you know, in terms of premature deaths, for bad air quality, or of course road safety, and all the accidents. Yeah? And we don't want, and we can't put all this into quarantine. We have been working with local and regional governments in the 4 main pillars regarding sustainable urban mobility. One is to have an integrated vision, integrated transport and land use strategy. The second, to work together in having the right governance and regulatory framework. The third has to do with ensuring a stable funding framework with the resources at the level of the municipalities, the ones who are taking the bold decisions. And particularly important also is everything that has to do with political leadership and commitment. Yeah? And there are many UCLG and municipalities that are showing the way in that regard, like Bogota, London, Jakarta, or Dakar, to mention some of them. 2022 has been a very busy year for UITP, with more than 100 capacity building, technical assistance projects, and advocacy events. Just to mention one in line with Junu's comments regarding COP27. Under the Egyptian presidency, there has been an important progress towards the avoid, shift, improve. You may remember that in previous COPs, particularly in Glasgow, there was a excessive focus from our point of view on electrification, which is not the main element at all. The important thing is to ensure the modal shift and to bring space back to people. Yeah? And initiatives like Surge or Lotus were launched there quite successfully. Looking into the future, we will be holding here in Barcelona our Global Public Transport Summit next June. More than 3,000 delegates and 50,000 exhibitors will come to Barcelona. And there will be 2 main tracks, one on cities and one on people, so super related with this UCLG constituency. There are a number of mayors and ministers confirmed, and I do invite you to join and to take part in the event if you wish to do so. Finally, and inspired by all these collaborations, and particularly also by the Pact of the Future, such a great document you have delivered very recently, we are working on a number of policy recommendations. And again, as proud partners of this constituency, we will be delighted to co-design them with you in order to make our joint voices heard during the high-level political forum and during the Sustainable Development Goals Summit in New York. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dionyso. Thank you. And just to say, I'm really looking forward to your summit in June here. And I do hope that you will be able, from that summit, to attract or summarize some of the key messages that we can bring to those various other events, but in particularly to the COP, I think, but also, and more importantly, to the SDG Summit. As you rightly said, mobility and transportation is cross-cutting through the SDGs, But I also think when it comes to transportation mobility, it is one of the most concrete elements that one can assess, measure. Over the last 25 years, I think we have made enormous progress when it comes to our mobility scheme that we have. And we are not yet there, obviously, and aligned with the necessity to reduce our emissions also from transportation, in particularly in urban areas. But I think it is visible, it's very visible of what in urban areas a shift has been made in terms of our mobility options and scheme that we have. So congratulations to you, and first of all, but very much looking forward to the messaging and the outcomes of your summit. With this, I would like to give the final floor to my colleague Daria Librario, who is representing the Public Services International. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Again, thanks for the invitation and for the opportunity to address this very important audience. So, Public Services International is the global trade union federation representing all public service workers, including your staff, so local and regional government staff, from your administration, city planners, urban planners, registry, all the way through utilities, energy, water, sanitation, waste management, and even burial services. So you name it, you have the whole range. We are everywhere, and we consider ourselves like your social partner in a way. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the Global Task Force and the leadership also of UCLG for having made such amazing breakthrough in multilateral fora for local governments. That obviously is a great achievement also for us, because if you have been often forgotten, we are even forgotten more than you, I can tell you that. But there is one area where we, as your staff, those who implement the policies, the decisions on the ground that you make with their hands, with their hearts, and with their brains, there's one area where we would really like to see you more involved. And when we see this list of quite impressive calendars with all the global agendas and how you extremely efficiently allocate, share, and divide and conquer the different fora, there's one which is missing. And that is the International Labour Conference and all the events related to labor and employment regulations and initiatives. Local governments are absolutely key in this area, not only because you're also employers, and as you become more and more recognized as governments in multilateral fora, I think it goes hand in hand that you also see yourselves as employers, because it comes with power, comes with responsibility, but also because you have a critical role in employment generation, in local economic development, in delivering public services, so that we can together, staff and elected officials, but also city managers, utility public enterprise managers, we can serve the population that have elected us and whose resources we are entrusted. And let me just tell you that we have a lot of things we can do together. There's more we have in common, especially at the international level, than what divides us. So there's a very strong interconnection between decent working conditions for your staff and the ability for you to succeed in delivering quality local public services for all. And that is key to fight poverty, to achieve all the global policy agendas that you have set for yourself. When there's a climate crisis, those who run our public emergency services, firefighters, we want to preserve biodiversity, forest guards, You want to ensure the circular economy. It's not just the informal waste pickers, it's your municipal waste workers who are professionals. And they have the expertise on the ground because they are in contact with your electors, with citizens, but also with the urban dwellers, with the refugees. So we have a lot to do in common, and this is why from PSI, but also from other trade union confederations, we just heard from UITP, the Transport Workers Federation, also the Building Workers Federations. These are the worker constituencies which work on UN Habitat and on SDG 11. We can do so much more together, asking central governments for the resources we both need to solve the problems and the multi-crises we have to address. And we're already starting to do some work in Africa with UCLG Africa, but also, of course, with UCLG directly. Let me just close with one point and why it is so needed that you engage more with the ILO. And we can help you with that. We are social partners and we've been working with them for many years. There is no clear statistics for how many local government service workers are there. There's a global international labor statistical database. Central governments do not release that, or do not collect those data, or do not want to disclose them. So how can we implement the SDGs if we, even locally, if we don't even know how many workers we have, what are their conditions, what we can do to implement decent work? And last but not least, last year the International Labour Conference adopted occupational health and safety as the 5th pillar of decent work. That means that even local governments have to implement a healthy and safe working environments in their services, in their offices, even if the central government has not ratified occupational health and safety ILO conventions. That opens a real opportunity to set up constructive dialogue in every workplace, starting with very simple things. Personal protective equipment, occupational health and safety, so that you can fight together effectively global pandemic and deliver services. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daria. Public Service International, thank you. And we have a last intervention from the floor, Mayor Safiani from Chefchaouen, Morocco. Please, Mayor.
Thank you very much. C'est très difficile d'être le dernier, donc c'est pour cela je vais être très court. Tout d'abord, je suis très content aujourd'hui lors de cette journée de la Global Task Force et ça montre encore une fois cette fraternité, cette collaboration, ce dialogue et cette synergie entre les différents réseaux des villes et des régions. Moi, je vais parler par rapport à un événement que va organiser la région nord du Maroc, qui s'appelle la région Tanger-Tétouan Al-Hoceima. Ma ville fait partie de cette région-là. Et j'ai la responsabilité de la coordination de cet événement qui s'appelle la MEDCOP. La MEDCOP, donc c'est le Forum méditerranéen du climat. Et nous savons que la Méditerranée, c'est le berceau de plusieurs civilisations, mais connaît aussi beaucoup de menaces suite au changement climatique. La MEDCOP a été organisée la première fois à Marseille en 2015. Puis, ça a été organisé en 2016 à Tanger. Et le mois de juin, le 22 et le 23 juin, le processus de la MEDCOP il sera relancé à Tanger. Et bien sûr, c'est une étape intermédiaire entre la COP 27 et la COP 28, Shamcher et Dubaï. Et bien sûr, c'est une MEDCOP qui sera organisée par une collectivité territoriale, donc qui est tournée vers le territorial, vers le local et le régional. Et bien sûr, et qui est censé être, bien sûr, concentré sur les solutions et l'implémentation de l'agenda climat au niveau des territoires méditerranéens, mais qui est ouverte pour toutes les parties du monde. Nous savons que la Méditerranée, dans la Méditerranée, il y a 3 continents, l'Afrique et l'Asie et l'Europe, mais elle est ouverte à tous les continents. Nous avons abordé plusieurs sujets. WeHub exactement, donc l'eau, l'eau, les solutions basées sur la nature, l'économie circulaire, l'immigration, l'énergie, les systèmes alimentaires, les villes résilientes, etc. C'est le gouvernement marocain et les partenaires de cet événement. Et bien sûr, plusieurs réseaux ont montré leur intérêt. Ils seront bien sûr partenaires dans UCLG, ICLI, GECOM et autres. Et bien sûr, vous êtes les bienvenus le 22-23 juin prochain à Tanger. Le 24, on organisera une visite culturelle à Chefchaouen. Voilà. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Safiani. Thank you very much. I think with this, we are closing this session. I just would like to thank all our speakers, the interpreters, my former moderators, colleagues who did a marvelous job in the 2 other sessions. And Pablo, with that, I think and I hope you are happy with what we have tried to do here. And with that, I would just like to give the floor back to you and to give us further instructions, updates on the rest of this evening and tomorrow. Please.
Thank you very much, Gino, and congratulations to the 3 of you and to everyone in the room. I would like to invite you just to see our screen. This is a mural that we have been updating during this session. That it's a live document that you will access. We will send you the link. The idea is that the GTF is traveling together, bringing these containers all together to different islands, which are the milestones towards the 2030 agenda. We will be able to zoom later our first encounter in September in the SDG Summit, going to the Summit of the Future, the World Social Summit, and finally to the 2030 agenda. The different events that you have presented have been highlighted there. And then the different products and the different packages that we will bring and that we will be developing together will appear as containers. And this is the things that we already have and that we will bring together to these different milestones of the GTF. We will give you the access to this link. Feel free to contribute. It's through Mural. And thank you for our colleagues of policy, learning, research, and all UCLG that have been updating this timeline. It is what you asked since the very beginning in the GTF principals meeting, and it's a way of organizing what we have been discussing. A report of this session will be sent, but these do have this roadmap in mind, because it is a common roadmap of an organized constituency that is gathered in this global task force. Colleagues, I will give you a few notes for today and tomorrow. Please visit our colleague Prachi Metawala's photo exhibition in the room in front of us. She's a talented artist, and she has a photo exhibition named Place Displays that was recently exhibited in Barcelona. And please go and find it. As you have seen in your tables, we have the Municipal Times, which is a new way of reporting our sessions. It's a daily update of what we have been discussing. We started this in Korea in our World Congress, but please follow this. Please try to interact. We are doing this with the Urban Journalism Institute and the On Cities 2030 that will be leading our conversation tomorrow around media. It is a way of keeping report and trying to build a different way of telling our story and to give place to all our messages. Tonight at 7 o'clock, we have a reception in the Front Maritime Hotel for those of you who are not tired and still want to keep talking. We'll see you there at 7 o'clock. It is a GTF reception. Everyone's invited. And we'll see you tomorrow, 10 a.m. Thank you for keeping it to very late. Thank you all. Thank you.